Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The man who made international headlines after being attacked by a bison in Yellowstone on Friday is in a hospital recovering. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Carl Eisen McDaniel of Washington State is thanking well-wishers and says he's, quote, okay.
As of Monday, Carl McDaniel is hospitalized in serious condition. And before you panic, he was admitted to the hospital in critical condition after being tossed by the bison at the Bridge Bay campground in Yellowstone. So he has several broken bones that are going to take a lot of time to mend. Carl never lost consciousness during this whole ordeal. He was even joking about it before.
Eisen McDaniel of Kendall, Washington broke his femur in 4 places after being tossed airborne by a bull bison on Friday, 8 feet into the air. Northern Arapaho tribal leaders have told a Christian church to leave their reservation after the pastor preached, quote, a pipe cannot hear your prayers, unquote. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pastor says she's staying and will not apologize.
This could end up in court, but it's not very straightforward because the church is within the exterior boundaries of the reservation, but it's on private land. So it's a little tricky or arguably impossible to kick someone off of private land. On the other hand, the tribe has some history of sovereignty and retains some sovereignty. So it may be a question for the courts. In the meantime, the pastor, Sarah Lucas, said that she's sorry it came off as an attack, but she's not sorry for preaching that, quote, Jesus is the only way.
Protests unfolded at the Riverton City Hall and at the Foundations for Nations church site in the town of Arapaho. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811. 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the 2026 elections.
The White House, they sent Senate President Bo Whiteman a letter that's basically an attaboy saying, wow, good job, Senate.
The outdoors.
The last time they had a proposed hunting season, they would have issued 20 hunting tags.
And the issues you care about.
The report came out and it shows the school district to be in violation.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A company called Site Layer 4 wants to rezone about 5,000 acres of ranch land near Wheatland for a data center and power plant. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project, so says the developer, will add 300 jobs and substantial tax revenue. But neighbors worry about water, wildlife, and their view shed.
There's some big figures to throw around here with this. $26 billion in capital investment, 5,000 plus acres, 250 to 300 employees. The rancher I talked to said he's not against the project, but he really hopes that they're taking appropriate steps to protect the wildlife in the area. Her take on this is if you've driven through Wheatland, you've seen the vacant buildings. This is a place that could use some commercial development, some economic development to help create opportunities to keep their kids home.
The property is roughly 13 miles east of Interstate 25 in an area now used for grazing and agriculture. The body of Tori Rather was found in the Snake River a week after leaping into the swift currents without a life jacket. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that family and friends remember Rather as a devoted husband, father, and mentor.
After a week of searching and waiting, the body of 55-year-old North Carolina man Tori Rather was discovered on Saturday, July 11th by campers. After discovering the body, the campers paddleboarded out and then called the authorities. Search and rescue was already in the water, and so they were able to respond quickly. Rather's wife, daughters, and friends were in the area helping search and rescue when the body was found. They are planning to take the body back to North Carolina for a burial.
The 55-year-old Rather disappeared July July 4th after jumping into the river at Jump Rock, a popular recreation area about 3.5 miles east of Alpine. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Hey there, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. It's July 14th, in case you're checking. Cowboy State Daily Show jam-packed today with guest Dan Klusmann joins us. He's the author of Life Answers Back, and he has shared some 80 stories from people over the past 15 years who have had uplifting things happen in their life. People are thirsting for positive, uplifting news, and here's plenty of it. Mike MacLeod will be here. He's the photographer, videographer who got that footage of old man flying in the air after he was head-butted by the bison in Yellowstone. We'll ask Mike, how did you get that? Wow. We'll ask him a lot of things about that incident. See Lynn Williams, how to raise emotionally healthy sons. She's kind of an expert, an award-winning parenting expert and author. Cici Oliver, it's a Taiwan on Tuesday, and we'll get the fly fishing report. Cowboy Kevin Meyer will be here. Bradlee Skinner, who is a DJ for the Savannah Bananas. How do you get that gig? Bradlee will tell us just how he got it. Kristen Stauffer, the Newcastle family that owns the land that has those dinosaur footprints on it that was vandalized recently. Andrew Rossi has that story. Chris Stauffer is not too happy. It's terrible. We'll get with her. Garrett Linebaugh will be on today as well. He's the 17-year-old running a food truck. I mean, you talk about a kid with hustle. When he was 15 years old, he took out a loan to build his dream food truck. This is 2 years later. He's already paid it off. And the WYTEX barbecue, usually found in Park County, is out of this world. I mean, any food truck is a great food truck, right? But Garrett's is extra special. He's going to be on live from a food truck, hopefully. He's probably got it outfitted with Wi-Fi. I can't wait to taste some of his stuff one of these days. Here's a weather forecast for you. Casper extreme heat warning continues today in Casper, 99. The expected high. Today's probably the last day of that ridiculous heat. Slowly moves away, very slowly. And by Sunday, things will cool off to normal. Riverton, 102 today. Wow. Evanston, slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, sunny, 71. Green River, 99 in Green River. Extreme heat for them. Pinedale, extreme heat for Pinedale would be 93, I'd say. Pinedale's not normally in the 90s, ever. Alpine, you'll be topping out today at about 100. Plenty of heat in Alpine, Wyoming. DuBois, extreme heat until 9 tonight. Sunny, breezy, 89. Jackson, highs in the upper 90s. For Jackson, 98. That might be another record if we get there. Thermopolis, extreme heat till 9 tonight. Slight chance of a late afternoon rain shower. I don't see a high posted for... oh, here it is. 104. Oh, Jackie. Stay cool. Cody, extreme heat till 9 tonight. 98 the high. Buffalo, you'll top out at 100, another triple-digit day. In Johnson County seat, Buffalo. Sheridan, 104. Plenty of sunshine. Heat advisory in Gillette, 103 today. Newcastle, 99. Plenty of heat. The heat's out in Torrington with a high of 98. Douglas, heat advisory through tomorrow night. Red flag warning as well. Highs 99. Heat advisory in Cheyenne. Red flag warning until tomorrow night. Sunny and 90 in Cheyenne. Sunny and breezy in Laramie. Highs 87. Rawlins, sunny and hot 93. Too hot to hay, y'all. Too hot to do most anything today. Man, it'd be warm. Stories we're going to look at from the Cowboy State Daily, some very interesting stuff. How about we're going to follow up, of course, with the bison flipping incident in Yellowstone, where we learned about that yesterday. Cowboy State Daily's been on top of this thing since ground zero. Cowboy State Daily, first news agency there, first to report. Everybody else is just copying Cowboy State Daily. And the copycats are everywhere. I mean, just turn on your smart screen, your computer, your phone, your iPad. The story's all over the place. No different angle, no new angle other than Andrew Rossi's complete coverage. Some news agencies simply shared the link to Cowboy State Daily story and said, here it is. Others attempted to do their own reporting, just cherry picking lines from Cowboy State Daily. Okay. But it's all told by the video. Let's just say that. I mean, Andrew did a great job explaining the story, had all kinds of implication. They had, traced all kinds of other avenues with the story, where the attack occurred, other bison attacks, why this one was different than the typical Turon meets fluffy cow. He had it all. But Mike MacLeod's video shows you. I mean, that really brings it to life, right? End of story. It's not a journalist explaining a news story. It's Mike MacLeod's camera. That is, you rarely get something like that. And we have Mike MacLeod on the show this hour. So don't go far. We'll ask him all about what it took to get that video. What was he thinking as it played out, this whole scene where the bison is obviously angry, agitated. He's rolling around in the dust. He's charging lawn chairs and making a wreck of a camp, and he's already mad before he sees Carl Ison McDaniel. And by the time he sees that guy, he just, I don't know, man. There must be something about Carl. He made a beeline for him. And you saw the rest. Mike MacLeod has the video. The video stops when Mike says he had to intervene. I mean, professionalism, video is one thing. And then with a buffalo, 2,000-pound bison over the top of Carl, who's down and hurt, he said, all right, enough's enough. I got to get in here and distract this buffalo. Wow. Yeah, we'll have all the latest that is the latest. The Washington State man, Kendall Washington. It's Carl Ison McDaniel, who is with his grandson, made international headlines. He's recovering after surgery. He's got hip, femur, broke his femur, several broken bones. The 65-year-old is on the mend and says he's doing, quote, okay. Other stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Well, this is kind of fun to watch this race. It's not a two-man race, but it's kind of a two-man attack race for U.S. House. GOP congressional candidate Chuck Gray derided his main opponent, Reed Reisner, after Reisner brought Gray's father into the campaign. Reed Reisner's campaign platforms have consisted primarily of attacking Chuck Gray. I think Reed recognizes Chuck's probably the front runner in the race. Now there's 8 total Republicans, right? And 10 total that want that U.S. House seat, something like that. I'm ballparking it from memory, but it's, it's coming down to a 2 or 3 horse race. Steve Freeze is every bit in it as the spoiler. Watch out, depending on who steals whose votes. Very interesting race. But it's come down to a lot of Reed Reisner attack on Chuck Gray. China Chuck, he calls him. The latest is Chuck Gray's dad supports Reed. So, I don't know what the truth to that is. Claire McFarland has the story. Maybe there is truth. Maybe Chuck Gray's father contributed to Reisner's campaign. I don't know. Chuck Gray's response is, it's just more unhinged nonsense from Reed Reisner. Quote, Gray called Reisner a child for bringing his dad into what is now becoming a fiery GOP primary race for the U.S. House seat. It's fun to watch. Me, I'm not terribly political. I can't really get into it, but I do see the sporting aspect of a good attack campaign. I mean, wow. Watching those two go at it in headlines. Ranch lands near Wheatland are eyed for a $26 billion. And anytime you say billion, you're required to follow that up with a B. Billion with a B, transformational data center. I'm just fascinated by the stance on data centers and how quickly the winds have shifted. It was full bore data centers. We need to go after AI. We need to beat China in the race to artificial intelligence. If not, China's robots will kick our robots' butts, and then we're in big trouble. Something like that. And to win the AI race, we need to build a whole mess of data centers, but they're hungry for power, maybe water. Jury's still out on that. And they take up some land. They may pollute. I hear they give off heat, but again, could be fake news. There are many reasons to be skeptical of data centers and their true value and worth. Me personally, I certainly wouldn't be giving any data center development a tax break, any kind of incentive to be here, subsidy. I'd be like, no, you're paying full rate. In fact, you may pay extra for the impact of a data center. Definitely not paving the way for them, but they still receive substantial tax breaks. A company called Site Layer 4 wants to rezone 5,344 acres of ranch land. That's big for a data center and an accompanying power plant. They're going to build their own power plant on this thing, too. It would be pretty big. Renee Jean has the story of why they're pro-data center near Wheatland. At least some are. Meanwhile, you see politicians making clear stances, including Chuck Gray. Heard him say no data centers, not now, not ever. Your gubernatorial candidate, Brent Bien, is touting a stance on data centers that includes no data centers in Wyoming. Not just, not giving them a tax break, not just we're going to take a close look at each. He's just saying no. That's extreme. How about the Northern Arapaho tribe is trying to bump this church off their land? Northern Arapaho tribal leaders told a Christian church to leave the reservation after the pastor preached, "A pipe cannot hear your prayers." The pastor said she's staying and won't apologize for preaching that Jesus is the only way. Now, me personally and my beliefs, the pastor is correct, and it's one of the most contentious things about being a Christian. If you're a Christian, you believe the Bible. It includes both testaments, Old and New. And if so, you can read right in the book that there's one path to heaven, and that's the acceptance of a Savior, Jesus Christ. That's it. The Bible does not mention another end route, an end run, a side path. Is there some kind of shortcut? That's it. Saved by grace, the only way. Now, if you're going to preach your religion anywhere, on reservation property, on the moon, you're going to preach it as correct as you know it. And this pastor is saying Jesus is the only way. I would not expect any less. Now, whether this pastor belongs on a reservation, whether the Northern Arapaho tribe also subscribes to this Christianity, that's another matter. And maybe they don't. And, there was a time when Christianity and religion was forced on Native Americans, and that was terrible. Try to reform them, make them like us, whiter and more intelligent and better informed. Yeah. That was a bad era, a bad time for the United States, for the new America. And in this country, you're free to believe what you want to believe, and that definitely includes the Northern Arapaho tribe. If they don't want to be Christians, that's cool. They can do their thing. This pastor was pretty provocative in the language. A pipe cannot hear your prayers. That's not sugarcoating it. And the Arapaho tribe saying, well, we don't want you on the res. That's another matter that Claire explains in her story, could come down to lawyers and legalness. But as far as the pastor saying things right or wrong, the pastor's correct in what she is saying. Absolutely. Preaching the gospel. And the tribe is certainly within their rights to reject hearing that and saying, we want you out. Interesting to see how that'll play out. Wyoming's explosive diarrhea cases, I just hate even saying that, have now doubled. We got 6, at least 5 of the 6 are linked to travel outside the U.S. So not necessarily the food or whatever is causing it circulating in the Cowboy State. It's mostly people who have traveled somewhere and brought it back. And again, it doesn't catch person to person, supposedly, but yeah. All right, we got our first guest in here. Dan Klusmann joins us, the author of Life Answers Back. You're going to like this. I guarantee it's going to be a positive, uplifting discussion.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Welcome back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Over the weekend, the Dwayne Johnson movie, The Rock, Moana, did not do very well. The headlines today in Variety, or yesterday, say Moana shipwrecks at box office. The Dwayne Johnson movie could lose $100 million. It follows on the heels of the previous weekend when Supergirl bombed out. That's back-to-back expected summer blockbusters that just fizzled. What to make of that? Supergirl is a $170 million box office bomb. That stars Millie Alcock. And maybe just, on Millie's teeth alone, if you've ever, I'm just kidding. My teeth aren't good either. But Millie Alcock, I think it might be fatigue over the Marvel comic stuff, the DCU brand. I mean, how many times can you go there? But that movie, that studio, they're going to lose a ton. Supergirl bombs out. And Moana, that's harder to figure. That may have longer lasting legs. It may be that it just was the opening weekend was kind of disappointing. And eventually that movie is going to make its money back because it's so popular with kids. You almost can't miss when you make a movie for kids as your summer blockbuster because, the family has every family has an average of 2.5 kids. So there's 2.5 kids. At least one of the two parents would have to bring them. So there's 3 tickets right there. 3+ for a moviegoer. Each moviegoer is magnified. So kid movies usually kill it. Or movies designed for kids, but certainly was not the case with Moana. Let's go to Dan Klusmann now as he joins us. Dan, we were just talking about movies, a little something you know a thing or two about. Kind of surprised that the Supergirl fizzle. That bombed out. Millie Alcox and Moana, the remake of a cartoon movie. It was starring The Rock. Like, how could that miss? It kind of swung and missed over the weekend. Anyway, Dan, let's see. Author Dan Klusmann, is that right, Klusmann?
It's Klusmann.
Klusmann. All right. Well, Dan, thanks for being on. We're going to talk about your book, Life Answers Back. It's your book in one way, and then in another way, it's not. It's everyone's, it's a lot of people's books. But first, before we get to you in the book, I want to, just understand your background a little, because I think it's important. You spent over 5 decades in the movie business, and you probably learned a thing or two doing that. Even Hollywood can teach someone something. As an insider, I'll bet you found that the average 90-minute, car chase movie doesn't stick with people, or, it resonates for 90 minutes. So you blow, great thing to, waste an hour and a half of your life. But what really stays with people is stories that connect, especially positive stuff. And oh my goodness, we see the same thing in the news business. What did you see in Hollywood? Similar?
I learned a lot in all those years. The movie business is really the ultimate storytelling business. I spent, like you said, 56 years in the industry, and had customers in 37 countries around the world, where I authored well over 20,000 pages describing the entertainment that Hollywood had in store for them. And I learned that a great movie is the work of many talented individuals. So that's why when I decided to publish a book, I thought people can't rely on just me. So I decided to rely on the talents of over 80 authors. The public deserves both great movies and great books.
And these 80 authors were not necessarily like professional writers. Like, author probably wasn't their main gig, which could lend to a lot of authenticity and genuineness in their stories when they share them. Now, were you intentionally looking for positive stuff, emotional stories, uplifting, or did that just happen?
Well, my voice is already gone. I had a website that I ran as a hobby, and it had a lot of different features on it. But one of the features was I included stories that I enjoyed, and then members started sharing stories that they enjoyed. And so we featured them. The website's almost 20 years old, but I took 15 years of collecting the best stories. And when I retired, I decided, why not publish the best of them in a book? But a lot of them were just... They're stories that stick with people because they bring out emotions. A lot of them are very humorous. Some of them will bring tears to your eyes. But they're all stories that you remember and you enjoy.
Yeah, there has to be that connection, you would think, to make stories memorable, to make it really relate. In the news business, obviously, there's the old adage, if it bleeds, it leads. I mean, people want to read about car wrecks and, crime and stuff. But we found in Cowboy State Daily, certainly our listeners know this, our readers know, that in the end, what movie lives up, what movie has legs at the box office and then forever in streaming is stuff that is meaningful, that personal and especially positive stories, that lost dog found or whatever it is. I mean, that stuff just, people love it. It's gold and it's real life. It's so cool. So give me an idea, Dan, of the stories that are in here. Obviously, don't tell any full ones. We got to make people read this book, but
right.
It probably runs the gamut from just sadness, war, sorrow that turns around, or I don't know. What are some of the stories you heard?
It like I say, it contains all sorts of stories. Life Answers Back has been compared to the original Chicken Soup for the Soul, which ended up pleasing hundreds of millions of readers around the world. In fact, The fans, Jack Canfield, who was co-creator of the Chicken Soup series, was a fan of the book and said he loved it. And if he hadn't just retired and sold the rights to Chicken Soup, he would love to have added Life Answers Back to his string of hits.
Wow.
The stories that are in there, they run the gamut. I like to say that the stories that really mean something are those that also deliver a life lesson behind them. You can enjoy reading them, but when it's all done, you've learned something. You've been educated, you've been motivated, you've been inspired. And it's those life lessons that are behind the stories, I think, that are important. Just like when we have teenage kids, they don't always listen to our advice. But if a good life lesson comes through in a story they read, it can impact and improve their own lives.
Yeah, Dan Klusmann is with us. So, Dan, I understand at the end of some of these segments, or many of them, you do you write what you believe is the takeaway, the life lesson.
I didn't write a whole lot in there, but if there was, there's a lot of amazing quotations in our world. And it's amazing how you can find just that perfect quotation that sort of sums up what was in the story. So I added some quotes. There's a quote in the book from Mother Teresa who says, "Let no one ever come to you without coming away better and happier." And I thought that sums up the very purpose of Life Answers Back.
That's the whole book. Yeah, right there. That quote, perfect for the whole book. Over 80 real life stories gathered over 15 years, more than 80 contributors in this book, Life Answers Back. Dan Klusmann's put it together. Dan, could this book, this book works probably in any generation, but I'm thinking in today's world, if this book dropped in the 1940s and 50s when life was perfect, if you look back and read, or at least compared to today, it's a stressful, negative world in many ways. And so this book perfectly timed, I would think.
I believe so. And I think I rely a lot on what the readers tell me. I had one 93-year-old gentleman come and buy a book from us when we were first testing it. And he came back a week later and bought 10 additional copies to give to his 10 children. And that meant more to me than any of the great reviews I received from the critics. But when you talk about the critics, almost all of them are 5-star when describing this book. There was a leading book critic that called it a must-read. So I started to get excited. And then I was thrilled when Amazon's book editor wrote, "Life Answers Back doesn't just belong on a shelf. It deserves a special place in every reader's heart." So when you hear this kind of feedback, whether it's from readers or critics or whatever, it motivates you in wanting to do everything you can just to spread the joy that this book can provide.
And Dan, I imagine, unlike a page turner, fictional story, this could be enjoyed in just small chunks. If you need a little boost, if you had a tough day, go read 2-3 stories from this and you'll be renewed.
Well, that is true. I have a hospital bookstore or gift shop in our own city that for a long time was selling more copies than Amazon. So it's another comment that was very common is what a great book it is whenever you're traveling, strictly from the fact that you can pick it up and put it down at a moment's notice and not miss anything. The average story in there probably takes 2 minutes or less to read. So you can, and you find yourself rereading them over and over. There was, you talk about the humor in the book. There was just this one little bit of a little girl arguing with her teacher about whether Jonah could have been swallowed by a whale. and the teacher said, "It is physically impossible for a whale to swallow a human." So the little girl said, "Well, when I get to heaven, I will ask Jonah." The teacher, irritated, says, "What if Jonah went to hell?" And the little girl said, "Well, then you ask him." Little things like that. They're just, they're fun,
Yeah.
And a lot of the stories are amazing. The story of a young man who was dying, and when he was meeting with his priest, he said he wanted to be buried with a fork in his hand. And the priest said, "Why would you want to do that?" And he talked about how in his life, when he would go to big meals and whatever, and they would serve the meal, and then when they were picking up the dishes, somebody would inevitably say, "Keep your fork." And he said, that to me always meant the best was yet to come.
Yeah.
So when people look at me in my casket and they ask what's with the fork, you can say, "Hey, the best is yet to come." So a lot of good messages in there.
I can imagine at the pearly gates. So did everybody bring their fork? And only one guy who waved his. So cool. In the pages of Life Answers Back, which is available everywhere, hardcover, paperback, on Amazon and the like, Dan Klusmann gathers a lifetime of insight, humor, human truth into a collection of stories that feel like treasures. Each of them guaranteed to be uplifting, positive story. Yet this isn't another inspirational book, as Amazon points out. Sometimes if the inspiration isn't authentic, and here it's from 80 people who are telling their story their way, to me, that makes it less of like a Hallmark card, with some inspirational saying. And, this is real stuff. Do we get that feeling? Like, this is not a Hollywood story. These are real stories.
There's a couple of bonuses that aren't in any other books. One, I mentioned the Life Answers Back website from which the books originated. So when you purchase a book, you also get a free membership to it, so you can be entertained year round. And so that adds to the enjoyment. The other thing would be that, what was I thinking? A big thing I've been trying to do is help worthy causes. So let's say that you have a local cause that is very important. Maybe it's your church or school or something in your community. I will give all profit from the book to that cause. All you do is tell people about the book. We pick a 1-week segment in where they can buy it from Amazon, and all sales during that week, the worthy cause gets that profit. So that makes me feel good that I'm doing some good in this world too, besides entertaining people with a wonderful book.
Well, that's enough right there. But yeah, thanks. Dan Klusmann with us. So I imagine of the 80 plus stories, there's some that didn't make the cut. Can we look for a Life Answers Back too?
I'm getting too old. I thought I was a master at marketing with movies, and I thought, how tough can it be to market a book? But when you consider that Amazon has over 5 million books they're selling, they add about 100,000 every week. It's very tough just to get your book noticed, unless you're famous or a media personality. Nobody knows about Life Answers Back unless I tell you and your audience a little bit about it, and hope that you'll at least check it out and see what you think.
Well, let's give it a boost. Author Dan Klusmann, Life Answers Back. Check it out on Amazon or wherever you buy your books. Dan, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it.
Have a great day. We'll be right back with Mike MacLeod, the videographer who caught that incident in Yellowstone, and that should be very interesting.
So, how's that boosted social media post working out for ya?
Oh, you mean the one my mom liked twice?
Brutal.
You know what does get attention in Wyoming?
Cowboy State Daily Radio. With Cowboy State Daily Radio, your business gets real statewide exposure through interviews, sponsorships, and advertising people actually remember.
Because nobody wakes up excited to see another banner ad, but they will remember hearing your business on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Advertise with Cowboy State Daily Radio today. Contact me, Piper Fenimore, at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
All right, we're back from break with Mike MacLeod. Mike is the guy behind Studio MacLeod. You can find him in Bozeman, Montana most times, or in Yellowstone National Park, just in case something exciting is going down. Mike, that was some kind of footage, and you got to be the most famous videographer in the world right now.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, I think I'm on my 14 minute of my 15 minutes of fame here. Thank goodness.
I saw you on like CBS News or something. I've seen you everywhere. I've certainly seen the footage that you took, the video everywhere. So yeah, let's start at the beginning and tell the story slowly. It is something. Mike MacLeod is the videographer, photographer who took the video of the bison incident, flipping the Washington man. I mean, just launching him into outer space. Now become a meme with different things other than a bison launching this poor Washington guy. So what caused you to be in Yellowstone vacationing, or is this probably a regular thing you do if you got a camera?
Well, you know, we live in Bozeman, so we actually just took a couple days to have fun. Our studio does mostly photography of people, not wildlife and nature, but that's how I cut my teeth as a photographer, so it was really my first love. We were in Yellowstone all day, actually all week. It was time to camp at night. We pulled into Bridge Bay Campground, and as per usual, my lovely wife saw the bison. She sees everything first. Her name is Barbara. And so Barbara says, hey, grab your camera. There's a bison coming in to camp. And, you know, that's not an unusual thing in Yellowstone. But there was this line of boys by a tent, and the bison was still a respectable distance from them. And the bison was slowly walking towards them. And suddenly the bison charged these boys. And being young and spry and fast, they just scattered way before the bison got there. But it was almost like the bison's like, hey, I'm already running. I'm already mad. I'm going to keep running and tear things up. And so it just kept running through the camp, right past campers, and people were yelling and screaming, hey, watch out, there's a bison coming. And the bison kind of made a semicircle and stopped in the dinner time camp of a young Asian couple. It sounded like they were foreign, but so they were like, I have no idea what's going. They were probably in their early 20s, standing there as this bison is right next to their just prepared dinner, just tearing things up and rolling in the dust.
That's what we saw in the pre-launch. Was a bison that appeared to be pretty agitated. Like, this is one who he's one straw away from like doing something naughty. He's not having a great day. Mike, was it really hot? I'm thinking it was so hot the last few days. How long ago was this? Was it real warm? What was the weather like?
Yeah, it was Friday, and we didn't actually feel the heat till the next day driving back into Paradise Valley. So no, it wasn't too bad. You know, he was hot for girls. The rut just started, and everyone's agitated, and all the boys want to pick a fight with anything.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that explains a lot. All right, so give me an idea. Also, I've heard comments from many people about the size of bison. They can get up around, 1 ton, 2,000 pounds. This looked like a big one. Was it big? To your eyes?
Yeah, when I first saw him, I mean, if you're around Yellowstone enough, there's some big bison and there's some really big ones. I would say he was big. He definitely was not a juvenile.
Yeah. So you've got camera on this bison. I mean, he's doing, agitated stuff. He's definitely aggravated, angry. You're going to keep the camera on him. This is where, boy, I appreciate your footage that, the average iPhone guy is going to be all jittery and he's trying to chase the action. You keep a nice steady shot. You've got this framed up well, and then this poor guy in the distance. You show the guy and I think it was his grandson, and now you got to be thinking as the guy behind the lens, something going to happen here.
Yeah, I was an Army combat photographer, so I'm used to watching situations developing and following them. And so luckily, I had the right lens and the right camera that switches between photos and video. And I switched to video to tell the story. And, it was just one of those things led to another. Obviously, had no idea that there was going to be an attack. And if you look at the bison's body language, there is nothing unusual about that. I mean, everyone, including myself, thought he was angry at that pickup truck that came past. And then he veered and is like, he knows something we don't. He's keyed on to these guys. They're in trouble.
So, Mike, that's interesting. You've got a camera now that switches between video and still. And I think that would explain why I see in some of these stills, they're not necessarily a screen grab because they show depth of perception that makes the gentleman and his grandson look much closer, and they weren't.
No, they weren't. I mean, for the camera nerds out there, I was using a Canon 100 to 500 millimeter lens, which really compresses the scene. I mean, it looks like they're pretty close, and I didn't measure it, I didn't pace it off, but I'm guessing they were like 100 yards at least.
Yeah,
at the beginning.
When the bison makes a run at him, it takes him a little bit. So you can tell they're not 25 yards away. And this, oh boy,
yeah.
Here is the difference. I always ask photographers, the difference between documenting, catching what you're trying to capture in a still frame and capturing it in a video. This thing demands video, does it not?
Absolutely does. And unfortunately, because I obviously didn't know what was coming. So once the bison was creating all this dust cloud in front of the picnic table, I switched to slow motion, or super slow motion, actually 120 frames per second. That's why there's no sound to it. And then when I got the video done, I mean, it's really cool in slow motion, but I really wish that it had band sound.
Well, I also appreciate the sound wasn't holy F and F. Most videos you see taken by amateurs are complete with their narrative, which is usually stuff you can't play anyway.
Good point.
But yeah, it is. It's just fascinating. So your background, you mentioned, military. You have caught action before, so you know how to track action without trying to overdo it with a camera. I mean, you follow this perfectly.
Yeah, it also helps. This is kind of a perfect intersection of things because I also have a master's degree in wildlife biology, and I've been around these kinds of animals for a long time. So I was able to kind of tell what was going on with its body language to an extent. And when he finally took off and started chasing the grandfather, I've been in touch with the grandfather and his daughter and grandson for quite a bit over the last couple of days. My wife mostly, and he said that because he said he felt completely responsible for his grandson. And so what happened is you notice that the grandson disappears almost immediately out of the frame. Well, his grandfather told him where to hide and said, don't move. And then the grandfather led the bison on that wild goose chase to keep him away from his grandson.
Oh, I did see the grandfather playing a little peekaboo with the trees, trying to find something to put between him and the bison, but it was all to distract the bison from grandson. Wow.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? And then, once he got tossed in the air and we got to him, his first thing he said was, "Where's my grandson and is he okay?"
Yeah. So I described this yesterday, and we're watching this video now as we speak. You can see here comes the launch. Oh boy. Yeah, you're not gonna get away from that angry bison. So, when I talked about it yesterday, when I first saw the footage, I thought, obviously this is taken by a pro because of the way you framed it up, the still, calm. You watch action happen without feeling like you need to intervene. We saw the whole thing as if, it reminded me of National Geographic when the cheetah tears a gazelle calf limb from limb, and you got to remain impartial, keep the camera on. But this is your fellow man, Mike, and there was a certain point where you said, I got to become part of the story here. Tell me what that felt like. You had to turn the camera off, and what happened? What didn't we see?
Yeah. So once his name is Carl. Once Carl was on the ground, he had the sense enough to know not to move, and knowing the body language of the bison, I immediately sensed that, it's almost like a dog. Even if they're tearing up a toy and they throw the toy down and then they're looking around for something else, and then they go back to the same toy because there is nothing else. So in combat, when I was in firefights, I always had the rule of if any one of my fellow paratroopers was in danger, I stopped photographing and picked up my weapon and joined the fight. And so this wasn't it wasn't as a decision, it wasn't bravery, it was just the imperative that life throws you a job to do. And so I'm 140 pounds, I'm in flip-flops and shorts, and I have a camera in my hand, so I just start running at the bison, yelling and jumping in the air and trying to be intimidating. And I promise you, I was not intimidating, but probably some of the men in camp who came running behind me, who were twice my size, were intimidating. And together, we all hazed that bison away. Was it the right call? I don't know, but it was a right call that time. So at that point, the bison left, and it was like watching a bulldozer at 50 miles an hour going across a meadow. It was amazing.
Well, Mike, I got to think that you and Barbara were right place, right time. You were the perfect person to be there to capture it. Without seeing this on video, we all know how this plays out. 2-run provokes bison and gets what's coming to him, We see the whole thing play out on the video. That's been so impactful. It's going around the world. This thing's going viral. And then your knowledge, your previous life skill set of knowing when to switch the tool in your hand from camera to firearm, or okay, the filming stops, it's time to do something. It's just, you were the right guy.
Yeah, I feel really fortunate to be there, and I don't really feel like I did anything other than kind of, what my training was. But, talking to Carl, he was also the right guy because he did everything right. In fact, I got a text from his grandson that night while he was in the hospital, still all banged up. And he said, "Can you send that video to my grandfather? He's worried, he's on drugs now, and he got his head hit, and he's worried he didn't do the right thing, but he thinks he does. And he was so relieved to see that the reality matched it, because, you know, he's involved in his community at home, and he's a upstanding citizen and a good example. And he just wanted to do the right thing. And, you know, obviously he didn't want the bison. You know, sometimes they put animals down for these things just for animals being themselves. So,
well,
it was pretty neat.
That's pretty neat follow-up from Carl. Shows his heart is in the right place. He didn't want to see the video to see how high he launched or whether his landing was a 9.0. He wanted to know that he wasn't messing up.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, you know, it's kind of fun with all the virality of this video. I get a lot of messages from my fellow paratroopers talking about how messy his landing was.
Yeah.
But right there, Carl's, you know, his leg's broken in 4 places. He's laying on the ground. Someone's holding his hand, and this woman's doing a blood sweep. And I say, hey, Carl, you know, I used to be a paratrooper. That was like a 9.5 out of 10. And he says, well, if you'd caught me a couple of years ago, I would have stuck it.
Carl did not quite stick the landing, but it was pretty darn good. Who among us would have done it better? Man, that was a launching. Mike, you were right on it. If you want to see the work of Mike MacLeod, it usually happens in his studio. He's a fantastic portrait photographer, he and the wife. Go check him out, Mike MacLeod, Studio MacLeod. Find him online. Mike, thanks for sharing this story with us. Great footage.
Hey, thanks so much for sharing Carl's story. Means a lot.
Of course. All right, we got a break for news. We'll do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The man who made international headlines after being attacked by a bison in Yellowstone on Friday is in a hospital recovering. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Carl Eisen McDaniel of Washington State is thanking well-wishers and says he's, quote, okay.
As of Monday, Carl McDaniel is hospitalized in serious condition. And before you panic, he was admitted to the hospital in critical condition after being tossed by the bison at the Bridge Bay campground in Yellowstone. So he has several broken bones that are going to take a lot of time to mend. Carl never lost consciousness during this whole ordeal. He was even joking about it before.
Eisen McDaniel of Kendall, Washington broke his femur in 4 places after being tossed airborne by a bull bison on Friday, 8 feet into the air. Northern Arapaho tribal leaders have told a Christian church to leave their reservation after the pastor preached, quote, a pipe cannot hear your prayers, unquote. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pastor says she's staying and will not apologize.
This could end up in court, but it's not very straightforward because the church is within the exterior boundaries of the reservation, but it's on private land. So it's a little tricky or arguably impossible to kick someone off of private land. On the other hand, the tribe has some history of sovereignty and retains some sovereignty. So it may be a question for the courts. In the meantime, the pastor, Sarah Lucas, said that she's sorry it came off as an attack, but she's not sorry for preaching that, quote, Jesus is the only way.
Protests unfolded at the Riverton City Hall and at the Foundations for Nations church site in the town of Arapaho. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the 2026 elections.
The White House, they sent Senate President Bo Whiteman a letter that's basically an attaboy saying, wow, good job, Senate.
The outdoors.
The last time they had a proposed hunting season, they would have issued 20 hunting tags.
And the issues you care about.
The report came out and it shows the school district to be in violation.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A company called Site Layer 4 wants to rezone about 5,000 acres of ranch land near Wheatland for a data center and power plant. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project, so says the developer, will add 300 jobs and substantial tax revenue. But neighbors worry about water, wildlife, and their view shed.
There's some big figures to throw around here with this. $26 billion in capital investment, 5,000 plus acres, 250 to 300 employees. The rancher I talked to said he's not against the project, but he really hopes that they're taking appropriate steps to protect the wildlife in the area. Her take on this is, if you've driven through Wheatland, you've seen the vacant buildings. This is a place that could use some commercial development, some economic development to help create opportunities to keep their kids home.
The property is roughly 13 miles east of Interstate 25 in an area now used for grazing and agriculture. The body of Tori Rather was found in the Snake River a week after leaping into the swift currents without a life jacket. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that family and friends remember Rather as a devoted husband, father, and mentor.
After a week of searching and waiting, the body of 55-year-old North Carolina man Tori Rather was discovered on Saturday, July 11th by campers. After discovering the body, the campers paddleboarded out and then called the authorities. Search and rescue was already in the water, and so they were able to respond quickly. Rather's wife, daughters, and friends were in the area helping search and rescue when the body was found. They are planning to take the body back to North Carolina for a burial.
The 55-year-old Rather disappeared July 4th after jumping into the river at Jump Rock, a popular recreation area about 3.5 miles east of Alpine. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
All right, we're going to start off hour 2 of the Cowboy State Daily Show with C. Lynn Williams. And C. Lynn Williams, by the way, we'll just call her Ms. Parent Guru. She's a transformational author, educator, speaker, and family dynamic strategist. How to raise emotionally healthy sons will be the topic, or we could talk maybe a little bit about daughters. I think C. Lynn Williams has done both. I think you have one of each, and you don't write about things or talk about things that you don't 100% know, like live through, right? I think I saw the quote like that. 100% of what I write about, I've been through, says C. Lynn. You with us? You don't hear us? Celine is... She does not hear us, and I don't necessarily hear her. Could be Zoom issue. Celine. We assume in this Zoom age, everybody has their Zoom skills, but maybe not necessarily. C. Lynn Williams, by the way, author of many, many books, are going to help you parenting, trying to stay sane while raising your teen. Who couldn't use a little bit of that? The Pampered Prince. C. Lynn is gone. Okay, maybe she'll try to rejoin with another device. That usually helps. I know Selim's going to be on and talk about raising emotionally healthy sons, young men. And I'm particularly interested to know what she thinks about whether that responsibility lies more with dad or mom, or perhaps equal. But when you think about raising sons, you think, well, that's the dad job. You know, mom is going to primarily raise the daughters. And I think that is not necessarily the case. And you'd be surprised. C. Lynn Williams may have a different take on that. But yeah, I don't know. She might not be able to share with us. Could be tough Zooming today. Oh, wait, she's put something in chat. I don't hear you. Yes, that was evident. We may have to do a retry because she should hear us. I'm pretty confident at this point we've done enough Zooms, and now how many shows have we done? There's something worth looking up. We have done, I want to say, well over 500 shows. Actually, we're just about the 500 mark. 500 episodes we have uploaded to our podcast site. If you download our podcast, we're up to 494. And I think we started uploading podcasts after a few weeks once we got into the swing of it. So, yeah, we're probably like 500 episodes. I got to think. Let's try again for C. Lynn, see if it's any better this time around. C. Lynn, what do you think? You hear us now? No. We don't hear you, or we don't hear you and you may not hear us. I don't hear you now, C. Lynn. No, nothing. Yeah. Not sure. Technical difficulties, but we're going to chalk it up to C. Lynn Williams, like I said, an award-winning parenting expert and an author, numerous books, and the latest is about raising that son to be emotionally well-adjusted, to have the right mix of real male stuff, but be emotionally healthy. How to raise emotionally healthy sons. In a world where boys are often taught to suppress their feelings, this award-winning parenting expert will offer some advice on how you get there. It doesn't happen by chance. C. Lynn Williams offers practical, compassionate guidance for raising sons who are emotionally aware, resilient, and confident. When boys are given permission to feel, communicate, and be understood, C. Lynn says, they grow into healthier men and create stronger families and communities. C. Lynn should know, author of 5 parenting books, including Trying to Stay Sane While Raising Your Teen. She has learned from firsthand experience and can share with us, assuming Zoom works for her on her end. I think she's joining us. I think she's from Chicago. We could blame it on Chicago, maybe. Well, in the absence of C. Lynn Williams and her tricky Zoom, we can see what's happening in the world of rodeo. And then I'll come back with more news that I'm interested in getting to from the Cowboy State Daily, and just news worldwide, nationwide. Including the chance that permanent daylight savings time could become a thing. Congress is going to vote on that. I believe this week it's on the docket to make a permanent daylight savings time, so we would stay at one time, no more switching around. What states have already passed laws that are ready for this? And Wyoming, by the way, is one of them. We would be well poised to adopt this immediately. Let's do that right after the rodeo report.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. The biggest show on dirt completed its 10-day run up north of the 49th parallel. The Calgary Stampede, drama-filled for those 10 days, but especially on Showdown Sunday. Who won the $50,000? The winners coming up on the Road Show next.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the golden ripe fields. Hi, this is Dave Wetstein from Edgar, Montana. Bill Coors coined the phrase, "Barley is to beer as grapes are to wine," and he is right. And it's true, there's a little bit of Colorado, Montana, and Idaho, Wyoming barley in every Coors Banquet and Coors Light. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the golden ripe fields. Hi, this is Spencer Ratliff from Fairfield. Bill Coors coined the phrase, "Barley is to beer as grapes are to wine," and he's right. That's why Molson Coors uses Moravian barley, a variety bred to be one of the highest quality and best yielding varieties available. And it's true, there's a little bit of Colorado, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming barley in every Coors Banquet and Coors Light. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors.
Showdown Sunday filled with drama and a whole lot of money doled out at the Calgary Stampede. In the bareback riding, he was already number one in the world. He secures that. Bradlee Miller from Texas wins the bareback riding. Riley Duvall, his uncle Roy, won that event. He wins the $50,000 in the steer wrestling event. Tie-down roper Zach Youngblood from Louisiana wins his specialty. There's Miami, Texas saddle bronc rider Wyatt Casper, 90.5 points in the final four showdown to win the saddle bronc riding. Barrel racer Haley Kinzel of Texas, she's a four-time champ of the world. She wins the Calgary Stampede for the second time. Cheyenne McCartney of Oklahoma, the breakaway roping winner. And in the bull riding, 18-year-old Noah Lee. He is the son of PBR world champion Mike Lee. He walks away with $50,000. Now everybody has a chance and has won a whole bunch of money throughout the 10-day journey to crown a Calgary Stampede champion. What an honor for these people. Congratulations. From the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yes, back to the show. Don Day of the day weather forecast popping on next. We'll ask Don when we can expect monsoonal moisture. It's knocking on the door, but that aggressive high-pressure system that's bringing us all the heat is not letting barely any monsoonal moisture in. When and where are we going to get the next raindrops? I know monsoonal moisture is definitely in Arizona. My goodness, I've seen some video of the storms they're having down there. And Don will share the latest about that. Cici Oliver coming up this hour with the Ugly Bug Fly Fishing Shop Fishing Report. And Jackie Dorothy will be with us before the hour is out. It's all coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
Step back into the Old West at the 51st Annual Cody Show, brought to you by the Winchester Arms Collectors Association with the Sharps Collectors Association. Join us July 10th through the 12th at the Riley Arena in Cody, Wyoming, featuring over 300 tables of collectible Winchester firearms, historical treasures, and Western memorabilia. Buy, sell, trade, and get expert appraisals. Don't forget, raffle tickets are available for your chance to win one of 2 short rifles. Showtimes and details at winchestercollector.org.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
What's that?
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Hey, Cowboy State Daily Show. And permanent daylight savings time, will that work? Which one is daylight savings time? Is that what we're on now? Or is that the other one? I'm confused as to, because I did have an idea of, I don't want time to change. And I think a lot of people don't want time to change. It's just a hassle of changing your clock twice a year. And there are other reasons to be against it. The House could vote on the Sunshine Protection Act this week in a move that could end the twice-a-year changing of the clocks. And I'm all for leaving it, set it and forget it kind of a thing, but I forget which one I want it set at. Real time or daylight savings time? I want it to be lighter later. I don't necessarily need to be woke up to light pouring in through the windows. I don't need light early in the morning for the most part. And there's probably a handful of snowplow drivers out there who disagree, who wouldn't mind a little bit of sunshine in the morning. But I want it to be lighter later. And most people who work like a 9 to 5, they want to be able to come home and enjoy some day. Speaking of day, we got this guy. It's Don Day in the day weather forecast. Congress, the House could vote this week, Don, on whether to just leave time in one place, like daylight savings time. Which one is the time we're on now?
I think we're standard, aren't we? I get confused.
So do I. I mean, that's why I asked you. This isn't a test or a trick. I don't know. But I wanted to be on the one where it stays light later, right? If we're going to leave it somewhere.
Well, yeah. Well, at our latitude, the swings, as we know, in daylight between where we are now and where we are in the middle of winter makes a big difference. So, the thing is, it's pick your poison. Do you want it darker earlier in the day or later in the day?
Yeah, I want it to stay light later. I don't care if the morning is a little darkish. Yeah, and I don't know. Do
you want the kids walking to school in the dark? I mean, that's one of the arguments.
These kids need to buck up anyway. Uphill, dark.
Who walks to school anyway? They all get rides,
dude, and they don't wear their jackets. Whatever. The school kids waiting for the bus are low on my list of what I want. I heard you mentioning light. I heard somebody mention, I think I was doing a wedding and the photographer was from Cheyenne and the wedding was in Jackson. And they said, they were taking photos of the wedding, and it was getting to be like 9:15, 9:20 at night. And she said, I can't believe how long it stays light here. It's not the way it gets darker faster in Cheyenne. Is that possible?
Yeah. Well, yeah. This time of year, the further north you go, okay, the longer the days before that starts to reverse rapidly here later this summer and into early fall. Yeah. It's like, where's the land of the midnight sun? Alaska, right? Because the earth is tilted so closely to the sun this time of year.
Aha. All right, that makes sense. So what I gather from a little bit of your podcast is monsoonal moisture is trying to do its thing, but it's kind of thwarted by this super high pressure system bringing us all the heat. There is monsoonal moisture. Just ask Megan in Arizona. That's Don's niece. Woo!
Ooh, yeah. Down there around Florence, Arizona. And they're going to see the deserts to our southwest are going to see heavy rains over the next few days in pockets. So there'll be more video like that coming on out. That moisture is like moving at the speed of molasses, just very slowly creeping this way. But the western counties of the state, especially, really beginning tomorrow, there'll be some isolated thunderstorms today, especially over the mountains. But as we get into tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and the weekend, western Wyoming will have daily thunderstorms. But it's moving so slow, the eastern side of the state won't see those till maybe Sunday or Monday. But it's coming. It's just taking its sweet time because of this big high pressure ridge.
Yeah, it is a monster, and it's still creating high temps today. Heat watch still on. We'll get back down to more normal-ish, I think, by the weekend. I think you said Sunday, certainly normal.
Yeah, no, Sunday, you'll notice it being enough to cool off to notice. But today, there's a little upward tick in temperatures. So we're going to see triple digits again across the north. But then they'll back down slightly. And as that moisture comes in, that acts as a little bit of an air conditioner with afternoon clouds. You get those afternoon showers and thunderstorms. That takes the edge off. But any way you slice it, even for the next week to 10 days, overall, it's still going to be very, very warm.
Definitely. All right. Any idea of records that may have fallen? Or we'll calculate it as.
Oh, it's a long list. I mean, talking about that could break today.
Still.
Yeah. There could be some areas that do it again today. We're not going to be as extremely hot as we were on Sunday, but I think the northern cities of the state have a chance of tying or breaking records.
Dang, triple digit stuff, especially as you get up there north towards the Montana border. And they have Montana's hotter than Death Valley the last day or two. All right.
Yeah, there's a better chance of it raining in Death Valley today than many parts of Wyoming. Go figure.
It doesn't make sense. Weather is crazy. Don Day makes sense of it. Day weather forecast. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's head right back into the room. What pairs well with weather is, of course, fly fishing. The two go hand in hand practically. Cici Oliver with a fly fishing report. Let me get your right name in here. Cici Oliver. Okay. Hi, Cici. What's happening?
Good morning. How are you?
Trying to stay cool. You're probably baking a little bit in Casper. Last weekend I was in Buffalo, Sheridan, Buffalo, broke records. Casper still also hot, triple digit stuff. What is that doing to fishing?
Yeah, we've been getting up there. So once again, thankfully we have the water to keep the fish cool, but not the air temperatures to keep the anglers cool. So we've been running a lot more half days. We've been breaking the hundreds almost every day. I think we have a high of 98 today, so we might get a little bit of a reprieve. But yeah, definitely the fish are still comfortable. It's the anglers that are having a bit of a difficult time with it.
You might not need or want the waders. You might want just shorts, man, wading in there. Yeah. All right, Cici, I saw there's already seasonal restrictions in Yellowstone as temps of the water get to like 68 degrees. And I think we're looking at Madison, Firehole, and the Gibbon with restrictions, no fishing after 2 p.m. It's just too hot.
Yeah. So there has not been a hoot owl on the North Platte is what that's called. It's called a hoot owl. very well known in Montana, other parts of the Mountain West over here. Since we are a tailwater fishery and we constantly have water moving, it's not something that they put a restriction on. We're pretty self-regulated as far as that's concerned. Like I said, thankfully we have water right now, which kind of separates us from the rest of the state. But to that end, naturally, since it has been 100 degrees, we've been pulling boats pretty early in the day, making sure that we're not touching the danger zone as far as cold water trout temperatures. But yeah, I mean, it would be something I'd be curious to see if it's something that they instill, or if they shut any portions of the river down. I could probably see that coming, and for good reason. We definitely don't want to be out there fishing in bathtub water whatsoever.
Yeah. Now, that would probably be, I'm thinking a Bureau of Rec controls water, but Game and Fish is concerned about the game, the fish sport, the trout. So it would probably be a Game and Fish thing, right? They'd say.
Yes, the Game and Fish should be the one to call it, which, once again, I'm very appreciative of our local Game and Fish here. They definitely keep their finger on the pulse, make sure that they're watching things. But yeah, the Game and Fish should be the one to make that call. I believe they have a recent blog post about fishing in warm weather conditions. So definitely now is the time if you have any interest in harping, dare I say, maybe fishing for some walleye, especially if you're looking to be out in midday in the heat, maybe pivoting and utilizing some other water that's a little less stress on the fish species that they have in there.
As Cici and I talked last week, land that trout as quickly as you can and try to keep it in the water. I mean, you want to get that great trophy shot, but have your hands wet. The less you handle it, the better. If you can handle it in the net, in the water, that's great. And let that thing go and give somebody else some enjoyment.
Absolutely. Even if they swim away at first, it doesn't mean it'll always be that way. So keep carrying a thermometer, making sure, especially on tailwater fisheries, safest bet is fishing up towards the dam. We're not really touching anything downstream close to town right now. Up towards the dam is where you'll find our coolest, cleanest water.
Cici always needs a little bit of deciphering when she gets into tech talk. What is the hoot owl thing again? Wait.
The hoot owl is when they do a restriction on the time of day that you can fish. So, yeah, very, very common up in Montana on a lot of freestone fisheries. Very, very common to see a hoot owl instilled. Once that, runoff comes through, if there's not precipitation, and then couple that with incredibly warm temperatures outside, they'll drop the hammer and you can fish. It depends on the place, but sometimes you can fish early morning hours and late evening hours just to make sure you're in the coolest part of the day. Once again, thank goodness around here, once you start hitting 100, that comes pretty naturally to only want to be out in the earliest hours or the latest hours of the evening. But yeah, the term's a hoot owl is what they call it. I wish I knew the history now that I'm saying it out loud. Maybe I'll have that next Tuesday for you.
Yeah, that'd be a neat trivia item. Cici Oliver is with us, Ugly Bug Fly Fishing Shop in Casper. How are things fishing? When I drove through Casper on the way back last weekend, it was late Sunday, a lot of boats coming out of Alcova. Of course you want to be on the water. How was it fishing last weekend?
So it was pretty cool. We had our first group of Ugly Bugs and Crazy Ladies, our women-specific fly fishing course. They hit the water on Saturday. Had a pretty great day out there, kept it up close to the dam. We do have a private ranch that sits right on the Gray Reef here. And so we were able to pull the ladies out, get them in some lunch huts, get them a little bit of shade, and at least keep them cool as best we can. But the extra traffic this week was the large walleye tournament hosted on Pathfinder. So they had the whole shebang walleye tournament that draws people from far and wide to little Casper and Alcova, Wyoming to come to a fishing tournament. So it was definitely crazy out this way. Saw a lot more people. It had Alcova feeling like a big city. We experienced some traffic for the once a year. This is the traffic we get.
I got that vibe, man, as I saw everybody just heading off the water. Yeah, it felt like a lot. I thought it was just, it's so hot. Everybody wants to be down on Alcova.
That too. I mean, that never hurts. Yeah. I was out on Alcova Sunday as well, doing a little bit of boating. Didn't fish, was more jumping and swimming in the water, trying to not overheat mostly. But yeah, large walleye tournament. they draw some participants. Kind of the next biggest tournament is over in Wisconsin, which is kind of like the walleye capital.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's pretty cool that little Pathfinder in Alcova's on the map for some walleye fishing.
I
so
love
we were
that.
grateful to have the people in town. Also had the rodeo this week, so it was a pretty busy week in Casper.
I love walleye fishing. Always fun. Ugly Bug Outfitting Anglers since 1983. Cici's with us. She's the CCO of the shop. Hey, one batch of water I don't know that we've talked about is that Bighorn Canyon Wetting of the Waters. Such a popular wade-in fishing spot. Every time I go through that canyon, I see tons of fishermen in there.
Yes. Yeah, the Bighorn's a really special fishery. We are permitted to fish below Wetting of the Waters, so we'll run some trips up there. The canyon's definitely where people have been fishing right now. Once again, closest to the reservoir, coolest, cleanest water. As far as the rest of the Bighorn below Wetting, starting to get into some iffier temperatures that direction. Work off a different Bureau of Rec than the one that runs our dams here in Casper. So completely different watershed than we are used to over here. But the Wind Canyon is probably one of the more scenic walk and wade stretches that we have in the state of Wyoming. I mean, I don't think you can beat it. And it's also a pretty neat fishery. We have some scuds, sow bugs, which are like freshwater shrimp, aquatic life over here. Over there, if you don't know what to throw, definitely an orange scud is a great place to start. It has some really rich protein in that river system, which makes for some hardy trout that are ready to fight. So, if you're ever driving through the canyon, I do recommend the gas station in Shoshone if you're coming from the direction of Casper. The gas station in Shoshone, you can get your reservation permit. So you need your Wyoming fishing license plus your reservation fishing license to fish the Wind Canyon itself. So I always recommend stop and grab that permit just in case, because the water's pretty tantalizing over there. It's hard to drive past and not want to go cast a rod in it.
I mean, even a unsuccessful fishing expedition in the Bighorn Canyon is great. Same when you play golf on a beautiful golf course. You don't care how bad you're hitting them or if the fish aren't hitting. Look where you are. Oh my goodness.
Pretty cool place just to be, to exist. I mean, it's a beautiful stretch of water, a different stretch of water. The Bighorn is known to get a little bit more dry fly action than we have here on the Gray Reef Miracle Mile stretches. So if you're ever in the area, I always recommend if you're fishing a few days in Casper, it's worth getting a day up there, especially in the spring, early spring, when they're having their coolest water temperatures. It's a cool place to go fish for sure.
Cici, tell us what's working. It's a little early, I think, to tie on hoppers yet, but that's probably the next big switch up. And usually, I mean, to me, that's August, but the way we're ahead of schedule, what's working?
Yeah, so we're still kind of in a mixed menu right now. Still seeing some PMD, still seeing some caddis. Kind of the big dog at the moment are some yellow sallies coming off. We've definitely hit the temperature that yellow sallies enjoy. So seeing a lot more of those. Definitely what's kind of cool this year is maybe a little bigger bug life. When you start to get into the caddis and yellow sallies, that's when you can throw size 14, 16, little bit bigger flies than our typical 18s and 20s, keeping it pretty small. Outside of that, I think the question on a lot of people's minds is the stonefly hatch up at the mile. We still haven't seen anything super prevalent up that way. I think it's just a weird water year, obviously, as we've been the theme of every Tuesday is just different water year. And so we're having a lot of hatches, completely skipping over some hatches. Still worth throwing a Pat's rubber leg, a subsurface stonefly up that way, but wasn't anything that we saw come off crazy like some years that we get to see. But yes, we're waiting on the hopper fishing to come. Definitely when we were still at pretty low flows, we were starting to get some hopper dropper action, and that was an option to throw, which was different around these parts to get it so early in the year. But as we move through the summer, we'll kind of see the hopper action and what comes off. And if it's an option, we'll be throwing it. It's definitely a little more interesting than our standard nymph rigs around here.
One thing I did want to ask you is that comes up a lot from people not from Wyoming. I'm trying to think of what is the difference between fly fishing anywhere and fly fishing in Wyoming particularly, and it's usually what comes up is that four-letter word wind. casting is tough in Wyoming. It's because of the wind. You got any tips?
Yes, I mean, definitely in heat like this, I think it's the first time in Casper you'll hear people grateful for the wind.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of other times it's our worst enemy, but it's been keeping us cool. You know, definitely something that we, even in our ladies class, we try to get to a haul or a single haul, a little bit of a stronger cast. It's essentially pulling a little more line out as you're casting just to propel those flies forward. So definitely a little bit of a stronger cast can be helpful, especially if you're fishing from the bank. Thankfully, if you're fishing from the boat, typically that can be mitigated by a pretty good guide that can get your rigs where it needs to be. But a stronger cast is helpful, and sometimes a longer rod can be helpful. It's pretty common, especially if you go with our guide service, to fish a 9-foot 6-inch 6-weight. So another half of a foot on the length of your rod can help you gain a little ground as far as where you're casting. And then last kind of comes down to line choice. There's true to weight lines. So if you're fishing a 6-weight rod, you can buy a true 6-weight line. Around here, we use a lot of front heavy tapers or even half-size heavy lines. So a pretty common fly line used in these parts would be like the Scientific Angler's MPX, which is a half-size heavy line, front-loaded taper. So as long as the dynamics of the cast are coming out pretty well, that half-size heavy taper is really going to help shoot that line forward, break the wind a little bit. But, you know, sometimes it gets so windy around here, it's worth just taking a moment to take a breath and take it all in, because it's definitely working against you. So I never want people to feel discouraged if they come out here and have a hard time fishing in the wind. I think that's definitely part of the lure of the Gray Reef or Wyoming in general, is it tests you mentally a little bit, and the wind's part of that.
You won't be the first to lose a fly in a tree or a bush. Sometimes it doesn't go where you're throwing it. It's the Wyoming wind.
The cookie crumbles around here. Definitely adds a little bit of spice to the whole shebang that is already fly fishing. So I think it keeps it special and keeps us small in some regards. I don't think anyone's busting to move to Casper, Wyoming, because the wind's not for everyone, and it's definitely something you have to learn to love.
Cici, another incentive to fish early in the day is not, you know, just the heat. I mean, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that's hot on you, but also the trout. I mean, are they going to feed in the morning? And then when it's so hot in the afternoon, they are just floating. It's sleeping.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yes, the fish are going to feed a little bit more in the morning. We have a pretty good trico hatch coming off a little earlier in the morning as well. So if you're up and at them, I recommend fishing that. Once again, majority going to be subsurface action, but pretty cool hatch that comes off in the warmer temperatures around these parts. But yes, the fishing definitely kind of can shut off a little bit kind of towards that mid-afternoon heat, just as humans do. You know, if you're outside all day, you're going to hit that kind of 2 p.m. slump once it gets incredibly hot. So definitely this time of year, kind of keying in on quicker riffles. You know, it's going to be a little bit cooler water around those riffles, a little more oxygenated water around those riffles. But yes, great incentive to fish in the morning. They'll be a little more active, just as us humans are.
It's been so hot. Now somebody has to say, how hot is it?
Our water temperatures are hanging strong, but we have been breaking the hundreds in a day.
It's been so hot. On Sunday, Cici Oliver wasn't interested in catching fish. She was interested in being a fish.
Absolutely.
Jumping out of the boat, man. That's how warm it's been. Fishing still good, though. Go see Cici and the gang at the Ugly Bug Fly Fishing Shop in Casper. Cici, thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along. Next up, Jackie Dorothy after this break.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. Jackie Dorothy joins us now with a few of her stories over the weekend, which included some long guns, some rifle action. Let's get Jackie in here. Jackie, I think the new modern day Annie Oakley is Ellie Feathers.
They are such fun to watch, that's for sure.
Those
kids are great.
A lot of kids, like 600, you said, 4-H kids were at this. What was the event? And it was like 1,000,000 degrees, I'm sure. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. It was horrible. That part I don't want to relive ever again. But what it was is State Shoot, where all the 4-H kids that have been competing in shooting sports gathered around. I talked to 3 random kids, and it was Albany County, Laramie, Park. They were all represented, and they were everywhere running around with guns. And it was so safe. It was probably the safest place you could be.
Muzzle loader and loads of so historic. Explain the muzzle loader and the difference in that kind of a rifle than your average 22 or something.
So I have been schooled in this.
Yeah,
because I kept calling it musket and everything else, but it is a muzzle loader, and it's based on that 1600 what pirates used. Mountain men, Civil War, Revolutionary War. It hasn't changed much in the years, and it takes up to 6 to 9 minutes for these kids to load one shot. And it's not a timed event. This one can take up to just an hour or more. I've been known to sit there and watch them for that long. But it is so fun to watch their enthusiasm because you have to put in the powder, the patch, the steel ball, ram it down. And they're doing all of this, and they get up there to shoot, have to have a cap to light it. And it's just like the old days, and that's what's fun. I talked to Walter. He's all about the history. He's about, this is a Revolutionary War. And then I talked to the girls, and they're like, it's the boom. It was fun.
The girls are just, it's all about the boom. Isn't that a song? Megan, it's all about the boom.
I think so.
That'd be
maybe that's what they're inspired by. It's so much fun to watch. And I really concentrate on muzzleloader this year because we have 22s, archery is the favorite, by the way. And then you have shotgun, air pistol, and air rifle. They have all these different disciplines, and they even have an outdoor skills where they give you a compass and they test the kids to see how well they do. But muzzleloader, I really love it. I think it's just so cool to watch, so fun because the targets, they have gongs. And so if you hit that gong, not only do you hear the explosion from the boom of the muzzleloader, but you hear that when it hits. You can't beat it. It's
boom,
so cool.
gong, boom, gong. Yeah, that means you're doing something right. As long as you hear the gong after the boom. It is cool to see these from the historical aspect, to see somebody actually load and fire a muzzleloader. Because you think about, this is the rifle that, the old trappers, like Lewis and Clark would have had some of these. So you can see why you get one shot at that grizzly bear and then you got to run. And while you're reloading, or the Revolutionary War, I mean, fighting this nation's independence against the British and firing those guns, a musket or a muzzleloader, and then you had to say, "Hang on, don't shoot at me. I got to reload." It's so cumbersome.
The difference is, and this is what Walter actually schooled me on, is that they're using precision muzzle loaders, meaning that they're much more accurate than what we had during the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
And so he's trying to picture, he said, when he loads, he's under fire, the Brits are coming, and here's the kid imagining all this happening, and he's loading his, you have to still concentrate. Keep your powder dry takes on
Yeah.
You actually know what it means.
Literally. Yeah. And I imagine today's muzzle loaders are grooved inside the barrel, which gives you the spin, the rotation on the bullet, which is going to make it accurate rather than the old blunderbuss when you just shoot projectile and you hope to hit something.
That is so true. I didn't even, when he started talking about precision, I'm like, what makes it? It's like my son's studying about rifling and I was like, oh, that's why it's called a rifle. I mean, you learn a lot about guns, and especially when you're working with kids as young as 8 years old. So shooting sports alive and well in Wyoming, nearly 600 kids this year. It was just so fun to watch.
Wow. Ages 8 to 18, and they were doing their thing with rifle. Holy smokes. Muzzle loader is loads and reloads of fun for kids at State Shoot. Jackie Dorothy had that story. What about Clay Gibbons, the historian? He's on borrowed time, but he keeps on going.
He does. And, there's so many different treatments still available. And so, like he said, he's going to keep going. He's going to keep fighting and looking for those ways to do it. And in the meantime, he's still researching, still doing his history, and still sharing that love of history. It's just a joy to talk to him, to hear about the past of Wyoming and to see that he instilled it in his kids. That was what was cool. As I stopped by, and it so happened his oldest son was visiting. He's there for almost a month with his kids. And just to hear that was passed down already. It's awesome.
Yeah, Clay Gibbons, pancreatic cancer, was given 3-4 months to live, but that was longer than 3 or 4 months ago. So way to go, Clay. And maybe keep doing what you're doing. You know, he keeps researching, keeps doing the historian stuff. That also is good medicine.
You know, it really is. Keep your mind awake, keep it active. That's what I'm learning with Clay, is that he's like, okay, I got this dealt with me. Take a deep breath, keep going. And, you know, it was really awesome because when he first got diagnosed, I happened to be there. And what we did afterwards is we went and visited with Dee, and I took him along, and she's 108 years old. And so I think that was healing in itself. You get this diagnosis, then you go visit with this other lady that just keeps going despite the odds against her.
Yeah.
And she'll be 109 soon. She's still alive and doing well.
Yeah, that makes you think like, oh, I got a lot of life left to live. Yeah.
Still have a lot to give.
Another Jackie Dorothy story, how a legendary ex-Yellowstone Ranger chased down the notorious Sunshine. What was Sunshine?
Sunshine was this escaped inmate. They don't give many details. It's a bad hombre, Warden said. So at the time, the Wyoming Boys School was called the Industrial School, and it was for people 16 to 24, and they were felons that they weren't going to put in the normal prison system, and they put them at this school in Warland, and it was self-sustaining. I want to back up here because I want to put what Sunshine was doing. He was forced labor. He was doing canning, taking care of cows, doing the garden. They were expected to earn their keep. And here in the 1930s, they were making about $1 million a year equivalent. And it's just, they were very self-sufficient, taking care of themselves. He had enough of the forced labor, convinced 3 other boys to escape with them. And when they were finally sighted again, it was in Gooseberry outside of Cici. So this ranger, ex-Yellowstone Ranger, we've done stories about him. He's actually wrestled polar bears and lassoed walruses in the Arctic. And so he gets this call, and they're like, hey, we got these fugitives on the loose. They are armed and dangerous. And he decided to do it because they were going to pay him $1. Like, that was unheard of. It was the Depression. He was struggling to make a living. So he takes off after these kids and brings skis. I mean, every part of this story is just, it really just gives you a glimpse into what the years were like during the Depression in Wyoming. You have these desperate kids. You have this desperate ranger. They're all trying to make a living and just trying to go. It's a fun story, despite the danger. Well, maybe because of the danger, actually.
I got in the photo of Carl Dunrad riding a bison, riding a buffalo. What the heck?
You know, all of these pictures, we know you hide that picture sometimes really. I mean, what are the odds that I would actually find a picture of him with binoculars looking off his horse? It is like, yeah, that's the perfect picture. And then guy is just, I think he deserves more stories, because the story of him riding buffalo, that stopped me in my tracks. I'm like, what? He actually rode a buffalo and got a picture of it.
Carl Dunrad, you can see him in this photo, the lead photo in the story. It does look like he's looking for Sunshine. Like, there's that kid.
Oh, I couldn't have planned that better myself.
Yeah.
That is not AI. That's the real deal. That really is Carl looking for Sunshine.
Fantastic. What other stories do we got in? Oh, this one, best-selling Wind River Reservation Mysteries author, inspired by famous Chief Left Hand. Tell us about Margaret Cole, is it?
Oh, yes. If you have not read books, you need to grab them. They are excellent. These were written beginning in the early 2000s, all the way up to, I think her last one was 2018, still selling well, New York bestseller. And it's all about mysteries on the Wind River Reservation. And they're killer. They're great.
Huh. I don't know her. I don't recognize that name at all. So, man, I got to read some of these.
I heard about Margaret Cole for probably 20 years before I finally got to meet her. She arrived, we were like crossing paths. People I knew would talk about her, say, oh, she's here researching. And I'm like, who is this lady? And I finally got to meet her, and just a sweetheart, a love of the Arapaho people and their ways of life. And she's just, she just really did well with these series. So I recommend them. There's over 20 books in the series, I believe.
Wow.
And I can't believe you haven't heard them, but that's why we do stories like this.
Yes.
So you can hear about it, discover. And she is available on Kindle. And now she just signed a deal to do a new series of audiobooks. So she'll be on Audible. She's coming into the new century.
Yeah, I don't know how I was not aware, but I am now because I read Jackie Dorothy in the Cowboy State Daily. Stay cool, Jackie.
I'll try. It's already hot, I tell you.
I hear you. Have a great day.
You as well. Talk to you later.
Jackie Dorothy of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Some great stories from her muzzle loading. Wyoming 4-H kids, they love the boom. The girls love the boom. It's all about the boom. Boys love learning about the history of the muzzle loader and to fire one today. Keep your powder dry. It still resonates after these many, many years. Wyoming historian Clay Gibbons outliving a forecast. He's got cancer, but so far beating his deadline. Good job, Clay. And best-selling Wind River Reservation mystery writer, New York Times bestseller Margaret Cole, and the ex-Ranger legend who was just one tough dude. He was different. Carl Dunrut. They made people differently back in the first part of the 20th century, definitely, during the Depression. Great stories, great stuff. Coming up next hour, Mark Hines, Cowboy Kevin Meyer, and Bradlee Skinner. So much more to go. Stick around. Let's take a break for top of the hour news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The man who made international headlines after being attacked by a bison in Yellowstone on Friday is in a hospital recovering. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Carl Eisen McDaniel of Washington State is thanking well-wishers and says he's, quote, okay.
As of Monday, Carl McDaniel is hospitalized in serious condition. And before you panic, he was admitted to the hospital in critical condition after being tossed by the bison at the Bridge Bay campground in Yellowstone. So he has several broken bones that are going to take a lot of time to mend. Carl never lost consciousness during this whole ordeal. He was even joking about it before.
Eisen McDaniel of Kendall, Washington broke his femur in 4 places after being tossed airborne by a bull bison on Friday, 8 feet into the air. Northern Arapaho tribal leaders have told a Christian church to leave their reservation after the pastor preached, quote, a pipe cannot hear your prayers, unquote. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pastor says she's staying and will not apologize.
This could end up in court, but it's not very straightforward because the church is within the exterior boundaries of the reservation, but it's on private land. So it's a little tricky or arguably impossible to kick someone off of private land. On the other hand, the tribe has some history of sovereignty and retains some sovereignty. So it may be a question for the courts. In the meantime, the pastor, Sarah Lucas, said that she's sorry it came off as an attack, but she's not sorry for preaching that, quote, Jesus is the only way.
Protests unfolded at the Riverton City Hall and at the Foundations for Nations church site in the town of Arapaho. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811. 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the 2026 elections.
The White House, they sent Senate President Bo Whiteman a letter that's basically an attaboy saying, wow, good job, Senate.
The outdoors.
The last time they had a proposed hunting season, they would have issued 20 hunting tags.
And the issues you care about.
The report came out and it shows the school district to be in violation.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A company called Site Layer 4 wants to rezone about 5,000 acres of ranch land near Wheatland for a data center and power plant. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project, so says the developer, will add 300 jobs and substantial tax revenue. But neighbors worry about water, wildlife, and their view shed.
There's some big figures to throw around here with this. $26 billion in capital investment, 5,000 plus acres, 250 to 300 employees. The rancher I talked to said he's not against the project, but he really hopes that they're taking appropriate steps to protect the wildlife in the area. Her take on this is, if you've driven through Wheatland, you've seen the vacant buildings. This is a place that could use some commercial development, some economic development to help create opportunities to keep their kids home.
The property is roughly 13 miles east of Interstate 25 in an area now used for grazing and agriculture. The body of Tori Rather was found in the Snake River a week after leaping into the swift currents without a life jacket. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that family and friends remember Rather as a devoted husband, father, and mentor.
After a week of searching and waiting, the body of 55-year-old North Carolina man Tori Rather was discovered on Saturday, July 11th by campers. After discovering the body, the campers paddleboarded out and then called the authorities. Search and rescue was already in the water, and so they were able to respond quickly. Rather's wife, daughters, and friends were in the area helping search and rescue when the body was found. They are planning to take the body back to North Carolina for a burial.
The 55-year-old Rather disappeared July 4th after jumping into the river at Jump Rock, a popular recreation area about 3.5 miles east of Alpine. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalizing.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. Mark Hines joins us. I always try to play something noteworthy for Hines because he's such a music guy. It's got some funk. I probably played this before. You've heard this one. Mark, how hot is Riverton?
I think it only hit 100 yesterday. It was like 104 the day before. But, for context, pardon me, I did live in southern Idaho for many years, and there 110 just means it's summer.
No, is it get that hot?
You get down the Magic Valley, like Twin Falls area, Boise, that part of Idaho. Oh yeah, it hits starting in May. It hits triple digits pretty much every day. Yeah.
Dang.
I thought I was going to die the first 2 years I lived there. Then I got used to it. And I'm not saying I could do this anymore, but I used to run around in 100+ degree temperatures all the time. But probably couldn't do that. If I tried it these days, it'd kill me, because you lose that acclimation. But yeah, like I said.
I mean, I can take the extreme cold. Extreme heat is tough. I got to go with the short pants. I admire those old-time cowboys who all they do is switch the felt for the straw, but they continue to wear jeans, their Wrangler jeans, boots, and a long sleeve shirt. I'm like, no.
Well, you have to. If you've ever done anything like, if you've ever bucked hay bale, I'm not talking about using a stack wagon. I'm talking bucking the bales by hand.
Yeah.
We did on the ranch I worked at. You can't do that in short sleeves and shorts.
Right.
You'll turn into hamburger. You have to wear long sleeve shirts and jeans or something like that. You get ripped to pieces. Same thing when you're building fence. You can't be out there in shorts and tank top. So
the protection from whatever you're doing, the job, and from the elements, sun on your skin is going to heat you up. So you want to shield your skin. But also hay tears up the inside of your forearms. Oh,
yeah. I learned that lesson the hard way. I tried. I think I tried a day of bucking hay bales with a short sleeve shirt once. Because you
only do it once. So how about this this bull elk caller? This kid from Laramie's only 9.
That's pretty cool. I mean, to have your direction in life figured out that early.
He's good at a very niche skill set. He can call in that bull elk, man. There's a trick to it. I mean, obviously tools, there's stuff you can use, different things you use, but it's also knowing how to mimic the bull elk. This kid's only 9. He's got it down.
Yeah.
That's
pretty cool.
What is the what is the competition he's been at?
Well, he's been to a few. I think the one he's going to this weekend is the RMEF, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation.
Yeah.
I've been there, what they call their world championship calling contest and at their headquarters in Missoula. So, I mean, that's, you're not going to be looking at a bunch of lightweights there for sure.
Yeah.
They're like the premier elk organization. So
Axel Anton of Laramie, he'll be with the big boys at this competition calling elk. Now, who judges this? Do they have?
I didn't get into that detail. I don't imagine they have actual elk there.
Right? Like, did it work?
I'm guessing that's not the case. That they must just have people that really know their stuff that can probably assess the intonation and such things.
Right.
It's not anything I know a lot of. I've never archery hunted, so I don't know. I mean, I just know secondhand from some of the most accomplished archery hunters there are out there. What they do. But I've never done it myself, so I do not have first-hand knowledge of that craft.
Yeah, I've always had cow tags, so I have no reason to call in the bull, and I probably don't have the patience for it. And but I would think in some of your better competitions of calling in bull elk, if at any point you find yourself being humped by a randy male wapiti, you're the winner. You win. It's over.
I guess if you want to put
your call works. Yeah. Wyoming Game and Fish backs off proposal to tighten tag regs for disabled vets. We talked about this. Mark has been following this story. Was this a commission meeting where they announced
the meeting is actually today.
Okay.
You got to draw a line of distinction between the Game and Fish Department, the Game and Fish Commission. And, I guess the department, they're just trying to remain responsive to the public. And, some prior concerns were raised about possible, misuse of that, where, they were saying, hey, there's able-bodied people out there hunting during these special hunts. But then the veterans community responded with, 100% disability designation from the from the VA doesn't always mean readily visible physical wounds. It can mean less visible physical wounds, things like shrapnel, or and it could also mean, of course, PTSD and things of that nature. And that side prevailed. I mean, the department, they got a boatload of comments. Most of them were adamantly against changing that, and so that is therefore the recommendation that they're bringing before the commission. But the commission is the committee that actually votes and decides on those things.
Right. I'm sure you'll be covering that meeting, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, the department can't. A lot of people don't realize the department can't just up and decide things. When it comes to regulations and things like that, they turn to the commission. When it comes to we've talked previously about why pronghorn are called antelope in the regulations. The Game and Fish can't just say, okay, we're changing it to antelope. They have to actually take that to the legislature because it's a matter of statute. So, so yeah, like I said, it's just, I'm sure Angie Bruce, sometimes wishes she could just snap her fingers and make things happen. But sometimes she and the department have to go to the Game and Fish Commission and or the legislature to get things changed. They are just conveying, hey, this is what the people told us. Now you decide. So.
Everybody's got a boss, a chain of command. You got to run it up the pole. Yep,
exactly. So.
Totally. So I can remember wrangling for many different ranches all over the place. That often when we went into wilderness areas and the restrictions there, the wranglers often find themselves maintaining trails that they want to ride on. Because the Forest Service doesn't have enough people to make sure the trails are open. And when it came to wilderness areas, we were not allowed to use a chainsaw. Yes. And that's tough because you got to do things the old way. And then
with an axe or those crosscut saws. Yeah. No, that's an interesting topic. And it's not just, the story I wrote kind of focused narrowly on outfitters or, the type of folks you're talking about. But they're increasingly you see a lot of these local or county regional trail associations who also take it upon themselves because you're correct. The Forest Service is just it's a combination of factors, just the increasing amount of dead timber we're seeing out there because of the beetle epidemics and things such as that. And then you can favor or not favor the staff cuts to the Forest Service as, according to your opinion, but the effect on the ground is there's fewer of those people out there. And so that, plenty of people would like to step up and help, but then you're correct. Once you crosses that line into a wilderness area, that's the question that's being asked. Can we use chainsaws? and some people are saying, yeah, we should. And others are saying, no, let's stick with the, but you're right, man. If you're switching to hand tools, if it's not chainsaws.
Yeah, makes things a little bit tougher in wilderness areas. Restrictions on motorized travel and mechanized. I mean, you can't ride bikes in there.
Bicycles are in that. In that context, a bicycle is considered to be a mechanical device and is therefore a no-no. And we're not even talking e-bikes. We're talking, your grandpa's old-fashioned pedal bike,
Right.
It is a mechanical device. You may not have it in there.
And I've even heard of first responder search and rescue teams that have had to get permission to bring ATVs or land a helicopter just to save somebody, to rescue someone. Yeah. They're pretty strict on the rules. As dead trees clog Wyoming wilderness trails, some argue for the use of chainsaws in these wilderness areas. Mark Hines' story is in the Cowboy State Daily. Once a bear gets a taste of human flesh, he's going to be a man eater. Is there any evidence to back that up?
No, at least not from what people are saying.
Yeah.
If they just happen upon human remains, then apparently that doesn't turn them into, they want to start hunting live humans as a result of that. But at least that seems to be the stance that CPW is taking. They won't go into details, but they've just said, we do not discern any threat to public safety because of this. So the fact that a bear got to eat whatever it got to eat, from that from that person's body doesn't mean that they're going to go, oh, well, there's some more over there. That one's moving, but I can change that.
I could affect change there. Yeah, ready-made snacks walking all over the place. Investigators, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, don't believe that a bear that did apparently snack on a human body Sunday.
And again, it seems to be, it's one of those under investigations, so the authorities aren't releasing any details, but it seems to be that the sheriff's office determined there was some other cause of death and the person was already deceased by the time the bear came along. So.
Okay. This was Grand Mesa, Colorado. Mark Hines has that story back on July 10. All right, Mark, one last story. The health of the mule deer population. Rain giving Wyoming mule deer a little bit of a boost. Can't find much rain lately, but
we had a little bit for a while. Montana got a bunch. We got some, but now the question is, okay, is that going to be enough to carry us over?
Yeah,
it's like you just chunked a bunch of money into your savings account, but then you got a long period where you're not going to have any income, and so. You're weighing that quandary. Is this going to get me through or is it not? And I guess, the next few months are going to tell the tale of whether it was enough.
Yeah, still concern over mule deer populations throughout the West, definitely in Wyoming.
Yeah. It seems like they can't get a break. It's not one thing, it's another. And now it's drought. Now it's droughty.
Right. Too much.
Well, the CWD that never went away, and then a few years ago it was a horrific winter, and now it's drought and a lack of snow and moisture. So, just thank goodness you're not in a deer's place. Yeah,
I don't want to be wildlife, because then Mark Hines would be writing about me, and who wants
you don't
that?
Want that.
What are you working on this week, Mark?
The answer is always you're going to have to wait and read the paper.
Dang it. All right. Have a great Tuesday. Stay cool. Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll take a break. Cowboy Kevin Meyer coming up next, and we'll hit him with a random bunch of topics. He has no idea what's headed his way.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're
about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy Kevin Meyer is here, and it's the Cowboy State Daily Show. How hot has it been in Douglas, Kevin?
Hot enough that I'm going to have to start buying a little heavier weight mustache wax.
Oh, you got droop. the danger of droop.
Boy, I tell you what, this is quite the little heat wave we're going through. We were at a horse show on Saturday here in Douglas, and the arena sand was so hot and dry that your horse wouldn't even leave a footprint in it.
Oh, man. I was up in Buffalo. Wasn't any cooler there. It was hundreds. They canceled a polo event at the Bighorn Equestrian Center. Polo, it was too hot for horses to go out and chase the ball, whatever they hit.
Yeah, I can believe that. They had to move all the events inside the indoor arena there at the Pepsi Center at the State Fairgrounds because that silver arena, I'm not sure who thought it would be a great idea to line an arena with silver sheet metal, but it was like riding inside an easy bake oven.
Mm-hmm. Microwave. It has been so hot.
How hot has it been?
Thank you, Kevin. You're likely to find a border collie in your horse trough, in your water trough. When it gets this high, the cow dogs like just launched themselves into mine used to. You remember that dog? Did you ever see the dog? I got a dog inspired by your dog, Belle.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember your dog.
Yeah, he would every time he saw a trough, he was no stranger to that. If it was above 80, and he'd go.
Oh yeah, and around here, usually I've got two dogs in a water tank at any given moment. And sometimes they're in the same one.
Right. I mean, some people put goldfish in there to keep the green algae from algaeing up, or you just find random, cow dogs in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't do much to help it keep it clean, but
no.
That's all right.
Yeah. The horses, look at what they're drinking. Okay, we're going to go randomly around the news cycle. You come with me, and then I want to hear what news you're interested in. Let's start with the weekend news. Did you see any of the highlights of the UFC fight, Conor McGregor, before he hurt himself?
So we're kind of using that word highlight a little liberally on that particular event, I think. Yeah. And boy, that's really blown up that now there's questions about whether he was hurt going into the fight, if he'd already hurt. It does not help that they have some video of him about a week before the fight walking into a orthopedic specialist office.
Yeah, limping.
Yeah, that, but I'm sure it's all on the up and up, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Conor McGregor is making millions for the 69 seconds he was out there. If this is the case, and this is the second time he's lost a fight to the same dude, Max Holloway, and Holloway didn't have to touch him. He hurt himself in both fights. I'm thinking, sign me up for half of whatever Max wants to fight Conor for. All I have to do is stay out of McGregor's way for like a minute, and he'll do himself in.
Yeah, exactly. So I've never been a big Conor McGregor fan. He's just a little too over the top for me. In his younger days, he was a heck of a fighter, but I think right now he is one of those guys that he should have gone ahead and hung up the weird little fingerless boxing gloves that they use. because I think he is past his prime. Maybe he needs the money. I know he was getting paid $30 million for this and one more fight. It'll be interesting to see if that other one comes.
Yeah, it seems like a young man's sport, beating the crap out of each other. How long can you do that? Okay, let's turn to another fighting man, Elliot Page. If I'm casting a movie, and this movie happens to be The Odyssey, and I'm looking for one of today's real He-Man actors to play a Roman gladiator, first place I'm thinking is former Ellen Page, now Elliot Page, all 5'2" and 110 pounds of her, or him, sorry. Elliot Page is making the rounds for the movie, the casting, which is, I mean, I'll give this to Elliot Page. He's one heck of an actor if he can make me believe he's a Roman gladiator. That's acting, Kevin.
I gotta believe most of that's going to be CGI, or either that, or they are going to the rest of the cast is going to be little people from the circus, so it'll make Elliot Page look big, I guess. And what's with her voice?
What's
his voice? His voice.
I don't know. The voice is annoying. Maybe they take drugs to change their voice to be deeper. They being trans people. Mostly when I hear Elliot Page talk, formerly Ellen Page, I'm captivated by just the bizarreness. I mean, he or she is deluded. Just not in a good state of mind, in my opinion. Oh,
I agree with you. Yeah, Elliot has gone, well, I think just kind of on principle, we know that there's some wires that are not fully connected upstairs, life choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then between the voice and her just bizarre actions, his bizarre actions, and now is Hollywood just messing with us by making these casting decisions and making these movies like that?
Dude.
At this point, they're really just messing with us.
I think so. What a stretch. Seriously, the movie, The Odyssey, is out now, and Paige has been doing the rounds publicity for the movie, which is less drumming up the interest in the movie and more highlighting the struggles of trans and how, there doesn't have to be just two genders. And Elliot even went off on a tangent of how the animal world, the animal kingdom, isn't necessarily all boys and girls. It could be all kinds of queerness going on in your horse world, maybe. Gelding, mare, stallion mare, and then maybe something in between. Kevin, have you noticed that you could have a gender bender horse?
Well, no. I guess I've never really seen that. But I do know that I tend to refer to all cats as she because they just all seem to be women.
Totally.
Or female. But yeah, they're actually, Elliot Page is narrating a documentary that is all about wildlife being non-binary and not trapped within the patriarchal masculine system. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to take a little view at that because I kind of want to know what kind of information they're going to come up with. And when it comes time for the Oscars, is that going to be in the nonfiction or the fiction?
Yeah, good point. How did two muskrats make another muskrat? If they're both, if they're both non-binary. I'm sharing a photo of Ellen Page back in the day, the Canadian actress who was, she was kind of cute in her time. And now Elliot Page, who is a boy, just looks like the same person with shorter hair. I mean, honestly.
I was gonna say he looks pretty cute as well.
Yeah, still cute. Although trying to do manly things. I saw him sparring, taking boxing, and he was sparring with a dude who was using a pool noodle against him. You know, he didn't have the mitts. He wasn't hitting back. He had a pool noodle. I'm thinking there's 3 noodles in the ring. The one he's waving and Elliot's 2 arms. I'm like, he's boxing a noodle and he's a Roman gladiator. Seriously, he's a good actor if he can pull this off.
Oh yeah, that's just give him the Oscar right now if he can pull that off.
Dude, although, I mean, he might be tougher than Conor McGregor. What about McGregor-Elliot Page cage match?
You know, I would tune in on that. I would tune in just to see whose ankles would break first.
I would watch that. Okay, here's a threat to rodeo. Groundbreaking move. Animal welfare activists are announcing that St. Petersburg, Florida, like all of St. Petersburg, has banned rodeo. The first city in Florida to prohibit performances that may subject animals to unnecessary pain, fear, and injury. It begins now. St. Petersburg, no rodeo.
Okay, well, we'll just go ahead and have the rodeo at all the other towns in Florida that are in ranch country that have absolutely no problem. And do you remember a few years back when there was a short-lived plan to move the NFR to Florida?
No.
Yeah.
Who wanted it? Miami or?
No, it was, boy, now I'm blanking on the name of the town that they were going to go to, but it's in the big horse country part of northern Florida.
Oh, yeah.
And boy, there was a big ruckus over that. People did not want the NFR moving to Florida, so it didn't pass. But there's plenty of other towns in Florida and all across the West that's more than happy to have the rodeo. So St. Petersburg, great. You don't want the rodeo? We just won't have a rodeo there. We'll go across the county line, and I bet that town will want us to have a rodeo.
Yeah, good point. And it is some surprisingly popular horse country. They even do some dairy up there in northern Florida, but real good horse country.
Oh, yeah, and a lot of cattle there, a lot of cowboys, a lot of good cowboys down in that country. You know, they have to... You have to go out in Florida and you're worried about how many dogs that you come back with, not how many dogs you take out with you, because all the gators and everything else that they have to deal with. And I was talking to one cowboy he was actually from Louisiana, but it's no different than in Florida. He said there's a lot of them guys, they won't even name their dogs because they don't want to get attached to them too close.
Oh, man. Alligators are for real. Although you would think like a Catahoula versus alligator, Catahoulas are pretty fun. They might be able to stand off an old dinosaur like that. Maybe.
Well, if they got enough of them, I guess, maybe.
Yeah. To distract the alligator. Okay, here's an interesting story. I'm reading this study from, who did this study? Europe, People and Nature. That's one of my favorite periodicals to read, by the way, People in Nature.
I've had my subscription for years.
Of course. A groundbreaking study reveals birds consistently perceive women as more threatening than men. In other words, I mean, the end result of this bird study, the study of birds and people, found that birds are terrified of women much more so than men. I
wonder if they had Elliot Page in that study.
Oh, that would confuse a bird. The bird would have to ponder. No mention of Elliot Page, but it was interesting to learn because, you know, a lot of dogs are scared of men. You'll often hear a dog owner say that, he's afraid of all men. But birds, birds don't like women.
Did anywhere in that study, did they say why?
I didn't read that far.
Gotcha. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have either. But do you remember back on the dude ranches, we'd always have a horse or two that you could either put a woman on but not a man, or vice versa, that they just got along with one gender. And I know from the show horse world, there's some horses that just show way better with a woman on them versus a man, and sometimes the other way around. So yeah, animals definitely, I think, in a lot of ways do have preferences over gender, and who knows, we'll never really probably know why, but that is just kind of surprising that somebody, I'm guessing, got a pretty good government grant to study this.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going down the checklist. Okay, I am a doctor. I am a scientist. Should we look at cancer? Should we look at autism? Nope. I think we need to figure out who birds are scared of.
Yeah. It seems like it'd be a side project, a product of a study that wasn't intended to do that. The same reason we invented penicillin, the reason we got whiteout, or is it silly putty? We were shooting for something else. I think the study may have been, are birds scared of certain colors? And they had somebody walk in the room wearing red. Maybe they were trying to find if the birds are colorblind, and the bird freaked out if you were wearing red, but only if you were the woman researcher. The guy said, I didn't get those findings. I'd walk in with a red coat. The bird was hugging me to death. And then they made the connection, like accidentally. Maybe.
Hey, I like it. I'll go with that.
Okay. But it is true about horses. Isn't that weird? Some animals, and it's not necessarily for a horse your weight. The guy could be the same weight as a woman, vice versa. It's not necessarily that. It is something, gender. And you do see it in the horse world anyway, though. They get along. A horse might get along better with a man or a woman. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. What's on your mind? What do you see in the news?
Well, it's going to go back to the weather a little bit. I saw a printout of the high temperatures in Montana over the last couple of days.
Oh.
And I believe it was Glendive was 118 for the high. 118 is a big number. I mean, that's you're frying eggs on the sidewalk at 118, aren't you?
And that's not normal.
Yeah, that's not normal. But what really made me think of is now those good people in Glendive, they can say that they live in a place that in the span of 1 year, they can be 118 above and they can be 65 below because it gets cold in Glendive in the wintertime.
Right. They're subject to the extremes of weather, high and low. I actually had that thought similarly, Kevin, when I was returning from Buffalo last weekend, and I'm driving the truck and I'm watching the temperature gauge. I'm like, if I was ever going to overheat, today would be the day. And I'm thinking of what a great invention Ford had. What a great idea. You talk about a product that works in a 150 degree span. A vehicle needs to operate in 120 and theoretically 30 below. It's incredible.
And that there's somebody up there where it was 118 had left their sunglasses on the dash of their pickup, and then they got in and put them on their face.
Yeah.
And because we've all done that, but imagine at 118.
Oh, they would meld to your face. I did the same thing. Everything I touched would like burn my hands, including the back window. Oh, I had this happen, Kevin. Of course, it was like Murphy's Law of I'm in a hurry to get home, and I put down all the windows in the truck to try to cool it down while it's sitting in the driveway. And then the wife and I jump in the truck, point it towards Jackson, and it's 104. And I'm like, all right, let's put the AC on. Windows up. They all go up except the passenger side rear window. It doesn't budge. It fell off the track. And I got,
oh, no.
Dude. So I got to reach. I grab it with the pliers, and I pull it up, and it won't stay up. So I grab it with my hands, and it is like sizzling. Dude, I'm holding the window up while the wife is going at it with the Gorilla Tape, and we jam a couple of screwdrivers in, and this window's a wreck now. I don't know. It might not be salvageable, but we got it to stay up there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And then you had to drive the rest of the way with just your fingertips because your palms were so burnt you couldn't hold onto the steering wheel.
Yeah. Oh, it's better than driving with just one rear window down. You know what you get when you got that going on. The cabin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it would be hot. It'd be like driving in a very loud blast furnace.
It was a nice 7-hour trip, but at least the window sort of stayed up. It would keep sliding down. About every time I had to refuel, I would tape the window back up. All right, Cowboy Kevin, thank you. Stay cool. And Douglas, stay out of the water trough. That's for the dogs.
Yeah, I might join them.
Cowboy Kevin Meyer, Cowboy State Daily. Next up, we'll check in with Bradlee Skinner, and we'll find out what's going on with his new gig as he follows Savannah Bananas around playing their soundtrack. The DJ from down in, I think he's down in Sweetwater County. He's going to join us, tell us how he got the sweet gig playing music at Savannah Banana baseball game.
Step back into the Old West at the 51st Annual Cody Show, brought to you by the Winchester Arms Collectors Association with the Sharps Collectors Association. Join us July 10th through the 12th at the Riley Arena in Cody, Wyoming, featuring over 300 tables of collectible Winchester firearms, historical treasures, and Western memorabilia. Buy, sell, trade, and get expert appraisals. Don't forget, raffle tickets are available for your chance to win one of 2 short rifles. Showtimes and details at winchestercollector.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and we're going to wrap up this hour with a chat with Bradlee Skinner, or if you know him in the music life, you may know him as the DJ. What is it? Phony?
Yep,
Phony Stark. Full disclosure, this is going to be me, DJ, talking to another DJ. So we're going to nerd out on DJ stuff like the controller of choice, Pioneer versus Denon, and, you know, all that stuff that everybody's interested in. Bradlee Skinner is with us. Bradlee, man, I guess our $1 million question that Kate Meadows, who wrote the story, is trying to answer is, how does a guy become a DJ for what is now a huge phenomena, this Savannah Banana baseball stuff? You must have tell us about your introduction into this circus of baseball, and then how you got paid to go be at these games.
Absolutely. So I think it was, I first started seeing a couple of videos popping up on social media towards the end of 2023. And I was like, wow, what a strange concept, that these guys have different rules for baseball. They play a little bit of a different game. It's a different pace. They're constantly entertaining and performing. And being a theater director, that's what first intrigued me, because I saw it as another theatrical avenue. And I was like, this is really intriguing. And so I started following it to see, and really to show some of my students, there's more to entertainment than just being an actor on stage. And seeing how much that they had show callers and stage managers and entertainment directors and all these other jobs inside of baseball that was connected to the theater in some way. And that was just really intriguing to me. Then at the start of the 2024 school year, we saw that they had a game coming to Salt Lake City, Utah. And so I thought, hey, what a great opportunity. We've been talking about these guys. We could actually go see them play. And I took a group of students. They're kind of our leadership group for our theater department, and some other teachers. And we got tickets, and we took a little field trip before the school year started. Just thought it'd be a great way to kind of kick off the school year, just doing something fun and being, excited to start a new year. And when we were there at the start of the game, they have all the players were out on the plaza taking photos, signing autographs. And I heard music playing, and I was like, wait a minute, that's a live mix. They've got a DJ out here.
Yeah.
If my students were taking pictures with the players, I wanted a photo with the DJ.
Only DJs would recognize that, would pay attention to the music and say, that's somewhere there's a DJ playing. And you found him.
And I took a selfie with him.
Yes, smart.
And that's how this all started. We just stayed in touch. We followed each other on social media. We talked about the DJ business, but also DJing for a baseball team and what that was like. And then early in 2025, he sent me a message, said, hey, we are going to be adding some new teams. We're going to need some more DJs. You should really consider auditioning. So I sent in a demo reel and then had a couple interviews and then some auditions. And now I'm one of the DJs that travels with the 6 different teams for Fans First Entertainment. And the 2 that I'm primarily with this season are the Savannah Bananas and the Texas Tailgaters.
Yeah, we'll talk about a little bit more about what that is, what Bradlee does at the games. But let's circle back. You were mentioning the theater, the teaching. This is in Rock Springs, Green River. You were theater, so obviously you caught what they were doing with baseball. They were making theater of a baseball game. That had to be fascinating. A great teaching point.
Oh yeah, to see that you have an actual game. So the baseball game itself is a legitimate competitive game, and these guys. They want to win. They're athletes, they're competitors. But then all the scripted elements, the performances, dance numbers, filming Instagram reels and TikTok videos. So that entertainment side mixed with the competitive aspect of athletics was a great thing. For me, a lot of it, I know we have, oftentimes in theater, we'll have high school athletes that are like, man, I'd really wish I could do theater, but no, I've got to do sports. Or vice versa, or having kids like, well, I'm theater, I can't have time to do sports. And I'm like, you always have time. You can do both. And to see these athletes that are performing as well, that they're showing, hey, you can do both and make a career out of it, was super exciting.
It's fun to watch. I have not seen a game. I haven't been live to a game, but obviously everybody's seen the reels, the viral videos, little snippets. And these are legit athletes. I mean, they are doing baseball things, but they're doing it in a way that makes baseball fun again for those who just found the real game to be a little slow in today's day and age. So why would baseball need a DJ? Tell me what you do. What does a DJ do at one of these games? I haven't been to a game. There's got to be a lot of music element to them.
It's nonstop music.
Yeah.
So at each game, we have 2 DJs, one on the plaza that does the pregame and the postgame party. So as guests are arriving, they're hearing music. It's already setting the tone for the entire event.
Yep.
We also have a pregame show that includes different performers. For each team, there's a different style of performance. Some might be a game show, others it might be a brass band. And so we're kind of just helping set that tone and run the music for those events. And then your in-game DJ is running all of the performance numbers, every player's walk-up songs, all the music for all those Instagram reels and videos that you're seeing. That's what the in-game DJ is doing. So we always have 2 of us on every game.
Interesting. So, I mean, have you done both DJ roles?
So I primarily do plaza, but I've been learning the in-game side as well for the possibility that I might be switching to in-game DJ next year.
All right. So for the plaza thing, what kind of free reign do you have to create the vibe of that game?
As long as it fits with the team. So obviously Texas Tailgaters, I do a lot of country music.
Yeah.
But to keep the crowd energized, I take the country songs and I mix them with dance tracks to give it a little bit more of a hype feel. The Savannah Bananas, it's definitely a lot more sing-alongs and top 40 hits. For your party animals, it's going to be a little more, classic rock and even more of a dance vibe. And then the Loco Beach Coconuts is a lot more yacht rock and beach music. So just a lot of fun. Each team has its own vibe, and you have to really curate to those specific elements.
Bradlee Skinner is with us. Has got this gig playing as a DJ at Savannah Banana Texas Tailgater games where music is integral, and this highlights the what a DJ does. As a DJ, I wish more people knew this. The idea that all the DJ is all wicca and scratch. It's a catalog of music and fitting the music with your audience and with the place. You create the vibe and you also react. It's both give and take. You're trying to set a scene with the music and you're also trying to, react to what the scene already is to a degree. So matching music to where you are, man, that's what the magic of a DJ. And Bradlee Skinner has been doing it, as we said, in Sweetwater County with Phony Stark. Where you'll do a lot of weddings, dances. Yeah.
Yeah. And so one of the things that you mentioned, there is a lot of research that goes into each week.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have to know what style of music is, popular in those areas. We need to know what songs not to play. Like a big sing-along hit, obviously, is Sweet Caroline. Well, I'm playing at Yankee Stadium. I'm not playing Sweet Caroline because that's a Boston song. So making sure that we know what you should play, what you shouldn't, based on certain regions, based on local artists. One of the best ones this season, I got to play at West Virginia University. So being able to play Country Road was awesome. Crowd went crazy. Playing Rocky Top at Tennessee, so knowing those things that the crowd is going to get behind, but they're also going to go crazy for.
Yeah, smart Bradlee. Bradlee Skinner, what a gig. Let's go back to how you landed it. You met a DJ doing this, took a selfie, created a bit of a relationship there. And then he said they're looking for DJs. And all along this, you got to be thinking, this is 1 in a million, man. I don't know about this.
Oh, yeah.
What was the demo reel? What are you trying to do there? And then tell me about the audition. Not many DJs get a chance at a job in front of 50,000 people. Like, how did that work?
So DJ JC, he was the DJ for the Party Animals, and he's the one that I contacted and connected with. And so he told me, hey, here's the info. Here's how you're going to go and, basically submit your resume, send in your demo tape. And it was just a video of probably about maybe 10 minutes of me just mixing, playing some of my favorite songs, mixing from one to another, doing some wordplay transitions, and really trying to say, hey, this is what I do. and showing this is the style of music that I could do for you, which was really targeted towards the Bananas. Like, hey, this is fun, upbeat, popular songs that people are going to sing along to. And then a couple interviews later and a couple more auditions. And then the big audition was, they had me come down to Coors Field in Denver for a game with the Bananas versus the Firefighters. And so, it's just, 50,000 people, no pressure at all. It was, but it was incredible. It was electric. The crowd was amazing. And it was better than I ever could have hoped for.
How about that? Yeah, you think your job interview was tense. Yeah, how about one at Coors Field? So what does this gig keep you busy doing? I mean, you're traveling to these games. It's probably primarily a summer thing. Do they play out of season? Like what do you do? You're busy.
So the season will run from February through October. Well, to October. Then postseason is in October. And games are just on weekends. Sometimes it's a 2-game, maybe it's a Friday, Saturday, or a Saturday, Sunday. Some weeks it's 3 games. And it keeps pretty. Right now we're on a 2-week break, kind of the mid-season break right now. When we head back at the end of next week, I'll be going to Wrigley Field to play in Chicago.
Wow.
Which is just a dream come true.
Yeah.
And but then during the off season, so because of this job, and it was such a great opportunity, it was too good to pass up. I did resign from my teaching position so I could explore this and see where it goes. And education's always there. I imagine I'll get back to the classroom someday, but right now this is just too exciting to not be a part of.
Well, your connection with youth, with kids, we've heard that in the article. It said the kids are going to miss you the most. Kids just gravitate to you. Kids also like music, so you can reach them that way doing this Savannah Banana thing. So. Make sure you drop Sinatra's Chicago while you're in Wrigley Field. They're going to love that. Dude, it is so cool. What a job. Nothing's impossible. Whatever you think your career path is, you could do it as well. Bradlee Skinner, look at him. Man, that's so fun. The next time I see you again, I'm always going to be listening for you now. What a cool thing to put on the resume. It's fantastic. You continue to do your stuff at Phony Stark, right? If anybody needs a DJ in that area.
Yes. We're all over the state. We have team members.
Yeah.
Wherever you're at, we can come to you.
Well, you're my idol. You're my spirit animal. As one DJ to another, you got the magic gig. Thanks for spending time with us today.
My pleasure.
All right, Bradlee Skinner, and read about that story. Kate Meadows has the DJ from Wyoming who made it to the big time for DJs, which is playing music at a baseball game. Who knew? Time for news. We got to take this break. We'll be back.
I do not have guns at home.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The man who made international headlines after being attacked by a bison in Yellowstone on Friday is in a hospital recovering. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Carl Eisen McDaniel of Washington State is thanking well-wishers and says he's, quote, okay.
As of Monday, Carl McDaniel is hospitalized in serious condition. And before you panic, he was admitted to the hospital in critical condition after being tossed by the bison at the Bridge Bay campground in Yellowstone. So he has several broken bones that are going to take a lot of time to mend. Carl never lost consciousness during this whole ordeal. He was even joking about it before.
Eisen McDaniel of Kendall, Washington broke his femur in 4 places after being tossed airborne by a bull bison on Friday, 8 feet into the air. Northern Arapaho tribal leaders have told a Christian church to leave their reservation after the pastor preached, quote, a pipe cannot hear your prayers, unquote. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pastor says she's staying and will not apologize.
This could end up in court, but it's not very straightforward because the church is within the exterior boundaries of the reservation, but it's on private land. So it's a little tricky or arguably impossible to kick someone off of private land. On the other hand, the tribe has some history of sovereignty and retains some sovereignty. So it may be a question for the courts. In the meantime, the pastor, Sarah Lucas, said that she's sorry it came off as an attack, but she's not sorry for preaching that, quote, Jesus is the only way.
Protests unfolded at the Riverton City Hall and at the Foundations for Nations church site in the town of Arapahoe. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the 2026 elections.
The White House, they sent Senate President Bo Whiteman a letter that's basically an attaboy saying, wow, good job, Senate.
The outdoors.
The last time they had a proposed hunting season, they would have issued 20 hunting tags.
And the issues you care about.
The report came out and it shows the school district to be in violation.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A company called Site Layer 4 wants to rezone about 5,000 acres of ranch land near Wheatland for a data center and power plant. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project, so says the developer, will add 300 jobs and substantial tax revenue. But neighbors worry about water, wildlife, and their view shed.
There's some big figures to throw around here with this. $26 billion in capital investment, 5,000 plus acres, 250 to 300 employees. The rancher I talked to said he's not against the project, but he really hopes that they're taking appropriate steps to protect the wildlife in the area. Her take on this is if you've driven through Wheatland, you've seen the vacant buildings. This is a place that could use some commercial development, some economic development to help create opportunities to keep their kids home.
The property is roughly 13 miles east of Interstate 25 in an area now used for grazing and agriculture. The body of Tori Rather was found in the Snake River a week after leaping into the swift currents without a life jacket. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that family and friends remember Rather as a devoted husband, father, and mentor.
After a week of searching and waiting, the body of 55-year-old North Carolina man Tori Rather was discovered on Saturday, July 11th by campers. After discovering the body, the campers paddleboarded out and then called the authorities. Search and rescue was already in the water, and so they were able to respond quickly. Rather's wife, daughters, and friends were in the area helping search and rescue when the body was found. They are planning to take the body back to North Carolina for a burial.
The 55-year-old Rather disappeared July 4th after jumping into the river at Jump Rock, a popular recreation area about 3.5 miles east of Alpine. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Nice, relaxing way to start this hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show. The story from Colby Fedor about the body of the North Carolina man recovered from the Snake River drowning. This happened a while back. They've been looking for Tory Rather. So often, if there's a drowning in the Snake River, in my area, in my experience, if the body's not immediately found, it's almost always found in Palisades Reservoir, which is where the Snake River eventually dumps out in Idaho before it goes through a dam and then continues on. And that indeed is where the body of Tory Rather was found, in Palisades Reservoir, all the way across the reservoir. I think across your access for most people to put a boat in or to swim in is on the east shore. McCoy Creek is a popular camping area across the reservoir. Buggy is all get out. I've been in McCoy, and the only reason I couldn't camp there is because the mosquitoes drove me out. But yeah, that's who campers in McCoy Creek found the body floating, and they alerted authorities. The area where Tory was jumping, Jump Rock is Snake River. I've jumped off that, 3 or 4 times. Real high cliff jump. I've done it without a life jacket on, and I've done it with. I prefer with because you're pretty high. That's a jump. And, it's safe. You're not jumping into swift moving water. It's an area where the river kind of slows up on a bend, and it's deep there, and it's safe to jump with or without a life jacket. Safer with. But I think in this case, there was a medical condition. Certainly jumping from that height and then hitting cold water, if you're not ready for that, and 55-year-old Tory Rather from North Carolina, I mean, there's a good chance that, just the shock of that jump and then hitting cold water, I'm thinking, and we're waiting to see from Lincoln County Sheriff Shane Johnson. We're waiting to see cause of death, but I think it's believed to be a medical condition and not necessarily drowning. But yeah, it's a popular place to jump in the Snake River. I've done it, a few times. Many people have done it. But just for the height of it, I feel better. The last time I did it, I had the life jacket on because I didn't want to go that deep in the water when I hit. And you hit with a little bit of an impact for sure. I mean, anytime anybody who's jumped off a cliff or, from a distance hitting water is hard, boy. The longer you're falling at it, water is hard. It gets harder the higher you are. But that story from Colby Fedor on resolution of the drowning, and I know the family is happy to have the body of Tory returning home to Carolina. Other stories, we've been right in the news today. The Washington grandfather who was tossed by the bison. We've had, his name is Carl. We had the videographer on who got the video. I mean, the $1 billion video, right? That's gone viral. Mike MacLeod was on the show today and giving us some insight on how he got that video and how he happened to be there. And I learned something I don't know that was in the story, and Andrew Rossi's been writing the stories following the whole thing. I don't know that Andrew had pointed out the background of Mike MacLeod, who's typically, he has a studio in Bozeman, And his expertise is portraits, family portrait, and like he takes you into the studio and takes that headshot, and he's really good at it. But he does have military experience of taking video, like in combat. So that I'll bet that came in very, very handy when he was trying to, get a video of an incident going down in Yellowstone. Here's this bison chasing a man. First, the bison was going bonkers in the campground, and Mike told us what was happening there. He's like, yeah, before Carl ever showed up with his grandson, he said this bison was running at things, rolling around in the dirt, and was in the rut. This bison was aggravated and a little bit randy and was ready to chase just about anybody. Carl just happened to be that guy. And it did look in the video like the bison was initially mad at a white pickup truck that was driving by. That bison locked onto that truck and looked at it like, I don't like this truck. And the truck goes by in the shot that Mike MacLeod has. And then the only thing left there is poor Carl and his grandson. The truck and the bison, his eyes now go to Carl. And he's like, okay, you're it. And he just made a beeline for Carl. And then we learned that Carl Eisen McDaniel, the victim, the 65-year-old who went airborne, was his primary concern was his grandson. And when you see Carl and grandson flee in the video, I mean, they are running. They realize danger, danger. Carl is trying to show the grandson, you hide here and I'll distract the buffalo. And that's when the Ring of Rosie little game of hide and seek takes place in the video. And Carl is trying to distract the bison, get away from it. And all in an effort to save the grandson. I think that was new revelation that Mike had in the video. So it's pretty cool. Watch that interview early today. We'll have it, archived for you wherever you enjoy the show, whether it's your favorite radio station in syndication, we are, or wherever you listen to your podcast. I'll have that uploaded as soon as the show ends. Or find the archives on cowboystatedaily.com. Look for the link called radio, and you can see any show we've ever done. Maybe you subscribe to the YouTube channel. You could do that too. All our shows are up there on the YouTube channel. Renee Jean, I do not see her on the scene. Jean's not on the scene, but she's got a whole bunch of stories I wanted to talk about, ranging the gamut from the Du Bois Parade, where Du Bois Tootsie Roll drop is a remembrance of how candy saved frozen chosen Marines in Korea. What? With a headline like that just begs more questions. Also a story out of Du Bois. We knew that the famous Outlaw Bar, the dive bar in downtown Du Bois, we knew it was for sale. I had written a story about the Outlaw Bar, and it was up for sale, and I didn't realize it had sold. It did, and the new buyer is Ben Bartow. And what are Ben's plans for the Outlaw? And we learned that in the latest Renee Jean story. Ben Bartow owns Bone Daddy Knives. It's a hobby he's turned into a big business. And that the Outlaw Bar's future is going to be a knife shop, among other things. And Renee Jean has that story about what Ben is planning to do with the Outlaw Bar and, yeah, what the future might be. Another Renee Jean story is looking at America's longest small town known as Route 66. Get your kicks on Route 66. A great story about the historic America's longest small town drive, Route 66, from Chicago to, where does it end up? Arizona or all the way to California? I can't recall. 2,400 mile run. And of course, a lot of Route 66 has fallen into Americana history because of interstates that have gone in since. A lot of the towns along the route are ghost towns at this point. And then the latest in the data center saga. News story today, one of the lead stories of the day from Renee Jean, is a company called Site Layer 4 intends to rezone over 5,000 acres of ranch land outside of Wheatland in order to put in a data center. The project could add 300 jobs, bring in substantial tax revenue, and we're talking about a $26 billion project, but it has those two words attached to it, data center. And the appetite for those, depending on who you ask, varies widely, including, I just heard, you probably heard commercials on the Cowboy State Daily News show that feature gubernatorial candidate Brent Bient in expressing his idea on data centers. And basically, if he became governor, you probably wouldn't see data centers. He is anti-data center, at least in those ads. It's interesting to see politicians or hopeful politicians or hopeful electeds expressing opinions on data centers. It's become such a topic. It's one of the first questions out of the box in a political forum. If you have a forum, if you have any kind of gathering of politicians running for office, and you ask them the usual questions: how economic development, how would you create jobs, what's your view on healthcare? Suddenly the hot topic, the big question has been, what do you think of data centers? Do we need those things or no? It's become a huge, huge issue. I am interested to see if the House, Congress, U.S. House, does indeed take up the idea of a bill concerning making daylight savings time permanent and no more messing with the clock. The U.S. appears to be on the verge of taking a major step towards one time and not changing the time. The House may vote this week on the Sunshine Protection Act, a move that would end the twice-a-year changing of the clocks. You wouldn't suddenly your microwave is going to be probably showing the right time all year around. Back in May, the language of the bill was introduced. It could be heard today. Now, which states could take advantage if this does pass? It would not pertain to all states. You would have to have had prior legislation ready for that. So that means what states could take advantage if Congress does do away with the time change and we adopt daylight savings time permanently. 19 states are poised to take advantage of that right away. They've already passed legislation that would make daylight saving time permanent should Congress allow the move. Is Wyoming one of them? Yes, we are. Just a spoiler alert: Wyoming, Washington, Texas, Utah, Tennessee, South Carolina, Oregon, Oklahoma, Montana, Alabama, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Louisiana, Maine, Minnesota, Mississippi, all the states, 19, that are ready, poised for the decision from U.S. Congress. And if they do vote to go to permanent daylight savings time, those states would fall right in line immediately. I'll be interested, watching closely this week to see if that comes up, man. We could ask Representative Harriet Hageman what she's thinking about as she will be asked to cast her vote. Coming up later this hour, hopefully we have better luck with Chris Stauffer. She's going to talk about some vandalism on her property, which happens to be where you can find some million-year-old dinosaur stuff, fossils and tracks. And Garrett Linebaugh will be with us a little bit later. The 17-year-old is making a business out of food trucks, and we're all rooting for him. All this coming up.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
Let's get back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Tuesday. Kristen Stauffer joins us. And before we get into the topic of this is why we can't have nice things and what's wrong with people, let's talk about the good stuff and what you do there at the Zorbst Ranch. This is dinosaur-rich country, and it's been in the family for generations now. Chris, you are the latest caretakers and stewards of some pretty cool area of Wyoming. Where are you exactly? If you could, maybe not exactly, because we don't want anybody sneaking in there, but give us a general idea where we find you.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be the first time someone snuck on the ranch, but you know how it is. We're in northern Niobrara County, so we're in between Newcastle and Lusk.
Yeah, and Andrew Rossi has written about the operation there because he's dinosaur crazy. Who isn't? You can often find, especially on a hot day, a hot weekend like we just had, you can often find Chris and company at the beach, but it's not the beach you're thinking of. How did this ranch, let's go back to the beginning. Would that be, who is that for you? Your grandfather? 18?
So this was my great-grandparents.
Oh, wow.
And I always kind of pushed in there that it was my great-grandmother that did the first 3 homesteads. She signed her name on June 3rd, 1909. So it was kind of a thing. And then 6 days later, she married my great grandfather. So they're the ones that started the whole ranch. And then they had known about dinosaurs. And because the first one that was taken from the area was from Charles Sternberg in 1908.
Okay.
So it's a mummified duckbill that's currently in the Museum of Natural History in New York.
So many different dinosaurs have been found in this area, right? That's what is amazing is the variety.
Correct. So we're the late Cretaceous. So it's like the normal dinosaurs that you would normally think about, the T-Rex, the Triceratops, the duckbill, Struthiomimus, Pachycephalosaurus, all those ones that, come to mind when you think about dinosaurs. And but the one thing about us in our area is that we have a lot of mummified dinosaurs that get taken off our ranch. So one that with us is the dinosaur named Lane, and it is in Houston at the Natural History Museum. So from Lane, we know what a Triceratops looked like now. So it's nothing really that you thought it would have looked like, but we have the proof of what it looked like. So that's pretty cool. My parents wanted to find a dinosaur and name it after every grandkid. So they found Kelsey the Triceratops that lives in the Children's Museum in Indianapolis. And then they found Lane, my nephew. And then in the whole process of this, my dad found out he had cancer. And then he passed away in May of 2000. And then I didn't have children at that time. So now it's up to me to find 2 more, Wyatt and Jaden, for my kids.
So you're going to run out of grandkids before you run out of dinosaur finds, maybe.
It's been rich. So the fun thing about it is, life got in the way and we had to get real jobs and to pay the bills. So we haven't really had the time to prospect like we have before, especially with mom and dad. They would really go out and do a lot of prospecting. So we need to get back out there and find it. They're there. We just gotta find them. But a lot of folks are like, look for a certain layer or sand rock or shale or something like that. And literally, I have found a rib cage of a Triceratops because I get pushed and dating myself, but a 3-wheeler on top of this little knoll because it wasn't running, and threw a temper tantrum, kicked the dirt in the tires. And when my dad came to get me, I was kicking up dinosaur bones. And ended up being a complete rib cage of a Triceratops that had Nanotyrannosaurus teeth wedged in the ribs. It was pretty sick.
You found the silver lining in a crapped out 3-wheeler.
Exactly.
You had a little hissy fit, and look at that. You made a discovery.
It all works. Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's...
Go ahead.
I don't know if that's the way most geologists come upon their findings, but whatever works, and
I know. I think I kind of burst some bubbles when the scientists come out and they're trying to explain to their students how to find them. And I'm like, I find Triceratops horns sticking out of sagebrush. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just the heart of the lance formation. So literally there's bones everywhere. And so with this, my parents wanted to build some place where we can, growing up, my mom would take dinosaur bones out of the washing machine. We've had them in boxes and buckets, and like all these damn bones just everywhere, So mom and dad were like, let's build a lodge where we could just put everything in it. People could come. Dad always said, build it and they will come, and they have. So we built Paleo Park, and we finished it. And he died in May of 2000. And then the first tours were in June of 2000.
And and maybe the last tours, we'll talk about the jeopardy there. But this generational Zorbst ranch is 7,000 acre ranch. It is now dinosaur rich. Oh man. I'm surprised to learn. It's a learning for me, Chris, to know what a matriarchal there has been going back to the it was the men that were like folded in days later. The women have been doing it. Your mom, Arlene, you, Chris, that's pretty neat.
I know that's what my great grandmother, she died at a young age, and she was only married for 16 years. And then she passed away. And it was like part of her, I felt like, got stuck in that time period. So when I was doing the rebrand for Paleo Park this year, I really wanted to include her and make her a part of this and bring her forefront back because, I mean, she's the reason we're here. And so I'm starting a store. It's a merch store, and I come up with ideas for names, and I come up with I had to put her in it. So it's Helen's 1909 is my store. And so I have a picture or portrait in our lodge of my great grandparents' wedding day. And it's just kind of cool. So when I have people come in, I'm like, I point it out. I'm like, they are the reason I am here and the reason you're here. So.
Yeah, that's nice. Chris, let's talk about now the incidents in the story. Cowboy State Daily, Andrew Rossi wrote about it. You know, these the footprints you can find, which are pretty cool, pretty unique. And what you found the other day, somebody like poured stuff into them. You think that they were trying to make a casting of it? I mean, I suppose that's better than somebody just spray painting or smashing it like idiots. They were trying to do something that you probably would have let them do anyway. So what happened?
Yeah, so on our ranches, we have that we always call the trackway, right?
Yeah.
So we had some deer hunters found it. And the first one they found was what's called a Struthia mimus. And then my dad got to it, and then he got our backhoe and just took off this whole ledge of dirt. And then we had Martin Lockley come in. They identified over 100 different tracks in the whole trackway. What's super cool about this is that you have T-Rex, you have carnivores and you have herbivores living in a perfect world together. You have a crocodile that's coming out of the water. You have a duckbill that's coming out of the water. You have T-Rex that's walking back and forth, looking at it. And then you have Struthia mimus just walking along. And then you have the cool part, the Soraxolopus Zorbsti, that's named after my family. And you get them just kind of walking beside each other. So many years ago, we had what I call it the Zorbsti. It's kind of our logo for our Paleo Park. It's really cool. And someone had come in and tried to chisel it out. I mean, any normal person looking at it is like a foot thick rock, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna.
No way. Yeah, there's no way you're getting it out. So basically, they destroyed it. And, only one in the world, never to be, we can't get another one from Walmart dialed up,
Yeah.
So it's gone. So now we only have one like really clear walking path of it. The other one's destroyed. But with that, still, I mean, we feel like we want to share it with people. I mean, because it is pretty cool. And so I had some folks out here a couple weeks ago, and I took them over there to look at them. And there was this, I call it blue goo, on the tracks of the duckbill. And the duckbill's cool, and it still has the pad impression of the foot and a toe drag in it, and it is pretty cool. And I was just like, what? And there's been a lot, I think, of like the word vandalize is like everyone has a different, determination of what that means. Like, is it did they spray painted? Did they do this? Did they that? No, the tracks are the tracks from what I can tell are fine, but it did look like someone was in there trying to take a copy of them, and for whatever reason, and luckily, they obviously knew what they were doing a little bit. You just have to be careful with them because it is such, it's 67 million years old. We got to be careful with it. And, but I wouldn't have even known it if they would have cleaned up there after themselves. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
And so I saw this blue goo and I'm just like, oh man. And so I was a little upset but I couldn't come up with the word, right? I didn't know because they didn't steal them. They're still there. And it's not necessarily like what I call like vandalize, but I mean, it's still something. And I was talking with Tom K last night and I'm like, dude, what is the word I'm looking for? And he's like, it's your identity. It's like when your identity is stolen. I'm like, you're correct. That is right.
Yeah.
And the trackway is like a Paleo Park identity. And someone came in there and basically it's like when someone steals your identity. And I've had mine stolen. It's such a huge thing and to happen. And it kind of that's how it feels like is that someone just kind of stole what we have. And my husband and I have worked our tails off this year trying to do this rebrand of getting paleo up and going and rebranded and diversified out. And then to have someone just come in and feel like they had the right to take something like that. Whether they were, for themselves or if they're going to sell it, whatever. And my husband and I had thought about trying to figure out how to do the cast of them and then donating them to like the museums in like Weston County and Niobrara County, just so people can enjoy them, because a lot of people can't get to the ranch to see them, and folks driving back and through, just coming through, they could be able to see them and enjoy them and be like, yo, that's a T-Rex print. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's an invasion and intrusion of your privacy. It's trespassing plus. It's like do you think it was somebody who had already visited, maybe took one of your tours and knew these were there? Or would you wouldn't stumble upon this. You had to know where you were going.
Yeah. No, it's definitely someone who's been there before because, it's definitely off the beaten path. And so, you have to sit there and you're like, oh, that's nice. Someone that, we had brought into our world to share and took it upon themselves to go back. But it's just like with the Zorbst diet. They did the same thing. They just thought it was cool enough that they needed it for themselves. So.
67 million year old slab of rock on this place that has these footprints of, what is it a footprint of?
This is a duckbill.
Okay. And you have been very generous with opening this to the public, these 2-hour tours. You've even given away fossils to people. You've been as generous as a private landholder can be with these treasures.
That's what Mom and Dad's, that was their whole goal with Paleo Park is because, and it is cool. To see the look on anyone's face. And when they are the first human to hold a dinosaur bone and you start telling them the depth of it, it's like, this is 67 million years old and you're the first human to ever touch it. Yeah. It has gone through so many trials and tribulations of nature to still exist, and it's still here. And just to see that awe, and gosh, we've had people from Italy, Netherlands, Germany, England, China, all over the United States come. And it's still, there's still that thing. It's like when you see that spark in those kids' eyes or even those parents' eyes, and they're just like, oh my gosh, this is so crazy. And we had some folks that came out and was looking at the tracks, and, we've always had it. So a lot of times, like with dinosaur bones, people say, what's it like growing up with dinosaur bones? And I'm like, I don't know the difference because we've always had, dinosaur bones. But this one guy said, looking at the tracks, he says, we always deal with the death of the animal. This is dealing with the life of the animal. And I'm like, it's true. I'm like, and and in my tour, I always say, you have carnivores and herbivores living in a perfect world. They all walked around here within 2 hours of each other. I think it's a perfect example that we all can probably get along. If they can do it, we can do it.
Yeah, and those ancient footprints can tell you who was prey and who was predator by how far between the feet are. And the prey is running and the predator is just stomping it.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, the stories told in the rock on this ranch are just amazing. Chris, I hope you can think back more on the fascination in people's eyes when they see this and less of the violation of what just happened, because I hope the tours are not in jeopardy. What are you going to do right now? I know right now you said, look, we're not going to have the tours anymore. If this is what people are going to do, what do you think you're going to do in the future?
I think, we had to step back for a second, and just, and kind of reevaluate everything. And I have spoken with some folks. We're taking steps to protect them. And there's just different things that we're implementing in that. Next week, I have a group from Long Island coming out. I have 14 folks coming out, and it will be part of the tour. And one of the guys that's actually coming in there was helped dig out the tracks 30 years ago. So it's kind of cool. He'll be there. So definitely we'll incorporate. I have 2 more tours coming in after that. And we'll definitely put in there, but that will be a part of the story when I tell them at the tracks how we found them and all that. And I always say, here's a Zorbst print. someone thought they needed it worse than we needed it. So they destroyed it, and Hair is there. And now I could tell the story. And someone that came on the ranch and tried to take a copy of this one. And, you know, a lot of folks are like, well, this is why you just keep quiet about it and you just don't tell people about it. But I think it's a disservice to everyone not to share our world, you know, with them. And definitely Mom and Dad wanted to share that. And I will continue to share it out and so people can enjoy it.
Generations of sharing at the Zorbst Trackway, the Zorbst Ranch, the Paleo, what is it? Paleo Park. Yeah. I'm so happy that you are the latest stewards of this million-year-old history, and hopefully we can continue to be, and people act adult. Thanks, Chris, for coming on. Fascinating dinosaur talk. You got to come on anytime if you want to talk about more of what's going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to talk about it. So thanks for having me on.
Yes. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Chris Stauffer with us. One more guest we're going to get with a 17-year-old food truck kid. I hope you're packing a hunger. I'm starving.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
All right, let's head back to the Zoom room and check in with a teenage entrepreneur, Garrett. Is it Garrett Linebaugh or?
It is Linebaugh, actually.
Linebaugh.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, a lot of people like to get confused on that. So
I just confused myself. So count me as one of the latest. Garrett Linebaugh is with us. 17-year-old. Are you still 17?
I actually just turned 18 a few months ago. So
all right.
Yep. Finally did.
So this is the mastermind ahead of his time behind WYTEX barbecue. And if you've had one bite the hillbilly Philly, you'll think you've died and gone to heaven, man. This food truck, you can find it usually up there in Park County, maybe Worland, Cody, Lovell, Powell, that area. Where have you? Yeah, I got so many questions. How did you even think of this? And most people when they're 15 years old don't have a well-defined game plan, but you were taken out alone for your first food truck.
Yep, that is correct. Yeah, it's just I started cooking when I was 10 years old for my mom at barrel races and stuff like that. To be very honest, I did not enjoy it at all. But just over the years of just doing it, I slowly fell in love with it and realized that God gave me a talent there. And then started looking into food trucks, stuff like that. And yeah, when I turned 15, I took out my first loan, and that's when WYTEX Barbecue started.
Well, I mean, food trucks are it. I mean, whenever I go to an event, it better have food trucks at it. Food is just better out of food trucks. What is yours? And is this the first one you got? You took out a loan to trick out a food truck. Is it a trailer, a truck? What is it?
So the first trailer that I ever owned, it was a trailer. We went to Idaho and got it. But this winter, I sold that first old trailer of mine, and we built a brand new food trailer from scratch ourselves. So that is what we are actually in right now, is the new trailer that we built this winter.
Speaking of scratch, that's how you do all your food. I saw the latest Facebook video, and you explain why, you can't in good conscience serve food to people that you don't know everything about it, where it came from, what it is.
Totally.
So everything from scratch, even the seasoning, like Cisco doesn't make any stops at your place.
Yeah, no, they do not. They don't come around here. Not at all. But yeah, no, absolutely everything is made from scratch. Seasonings, sauces, coleslaws, absolutely everything. And I figured out in a business I just want to serve with the best integrity I have. And I want to serve people the best product I can. And especially with people with allergies, you just have to know what's in your food, because if you don't, that can end up hurting them in the end. So.
Yeah, good point. I mean, look, right now, there's probably lettuce running around the country that has the explosive diarrhea thing on it. So, like,
I've heard about that. Yeah, scary stuff.
Garrett,
Yep.
So, all right, tell me about shaping the menu along the, since you are a self-admitted, not the world's most enthusiastic chef, at least not when you were 10. But how did you form the idea for a menu? I'm sure your customers helped dictate it. You saw what sold, what people loved. Like, what is it? How do you know what's on the menu?
Totally. So I started flipping burgers when I was 10. When I was 13 years old, some friend of ours was like, "Hey, have you ever tried cooking a brisket?" And I'm like, "What's that?"
Yeah.
I was like, "What is that?" So I just deep dived in it, and that's where I figured out like Texas style barbecue, that kind of stuff. I was like, "Oh, this is super cool. Way cool, like on how they cook with live fire, everything's made from scratch." I was like, "You know what? I'm going to get into this." And that's just where the deep dive went into it. I started with the brisket, the ribs, stuff, all kind of like that. Really intrigued me, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So that's where my name actually comes from. WYTEX, WY for Wyoming, Texas for Texas style. So that's where I actually came up with my own name for this business. And the first years opening up, I had my first menu items, and I realized what sold, what didn't sell. So that's why I built this new trailer this winter, so I could build a more appealing menu for my customers in the Bighorn Basin.
So how do you, for anybody who's been in a, brick and mortar kitchen, a commercial kitchen restaurant, and then you got to downsize that into something mobile like a food truck. I mean, for one, the space is tight, huh? You had to imagine it out. You had the first truck, the first trailer, and then you're like, okay, now I've learned maybe by trial and error how I really want a trailer to look.
Totally. Yeah. I've learned that's a lot of trial and error right there. And that's part of the exact reason is like, I want to build another trailer that runs better and runs smoother, but also I can make a better product for my customers. That was my main goal with this new trailer.
All right. So, where do we find the trailer? I know I've seen food trucks like in the Ace parking lot in Worland. You've been there, or in the
Yes, sir.
O'Reillys. Like you just randomly are going to be in places. Is there a schedule? Do I know where to find you?
Yes, so we have a Facebook page on Facebook. It's just WYTEX Barbecue. And every single week we post our schedules there. Typically we try to stay pretty consistent, but like with the Powell Fair going on next week and stuff like that, we will be gone for that. But hopefully in August, we're planning on expanding to Billings, Montana, and maybe even Riverton. And so we're going to try to spread out, get more customers to the trailer. So.
Whoa, I can foresee you're going to need a second, third trailer.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
Dude, I love it. YTEX Craft Barbecue. Garrett's with us, and what an event. And like, this is something I've met and interviewed on this show, people who do similar, but they do it as like the retirement after they've already had a job for 30 years. You are starting out with this, building an empire. What about the rodeos, big events? Are you at all those, like Cody, like whatever rodeos are going on? We're going to see this truck.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, we were at the Stampede actually a couple weeks ago, the Cody Stampede from Extreme Bulls all the way to the 4th. So that was a pretty cool experience. We try to hit multiple big events like that. So.
So all your stuff from scratch. Now, that's got to be time consuming and tough to shop. How do you source all your food? Where do you get it?
So I source all my food from, for example, all my beef. It comes from Gold Canyon Angus out of Colorado. It's 100% Angus, 100% choice, high choice to prime beef. It's 100% good. That's where I mostly get most of my beef, stuff like that. We start with the base, good quality ingredients, and we just put everything together from there.
How about sauces? What about like barbecue sauce? That's important for a lot of people.
It is very, very important. Yes. So I just get all my ingredients local, and it's funny, our main barbecue sauce is actually a Dr. Pepper barbecue sauce. But that took me about 2 years to figure out that recipe itself. But yeah, it's just, yep.
Don't share that with anyone. Yeah, that is so secret. People are particular about their sauce, man. You go to Texas, you go to Louisiana, it's all about that barbecue sauce.
Oh, totally.
Wow, I am so excited. I'm more excited to eat this stuff. So are you ever getting over to Johnson County or Sheridan County or where else? Where can I find this truck? I got to get some food now.
So that's the plan is hopefully as the years go and as we progress, I can go farther out. But I just need to figure out that a little bit more, explore more markets. And before I hit anything like that, I'll probably build a second food trailer because I don't want to leave my local market because they're the people that helped me build this business from scratch. They're the first people that have come. So I probably definitely will not leave this area, but I'm hoping to expand outwards though.
Garrett, how do you make all these business decisions, do what you do? You're not even old enough to vote. Until recently. How are you doing all that?
I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I'm just very thankful God has helped me in this category. He's just blessed me so much. So it's him. It's God. It's all him. All the glory goes to him.
I hear you, man. You have used your giftings, and you are honoring the Lord with your giftings, and you're filling some bellies while you're at it, man. That's perfect.
Yes, sir.
Mark me down for a hillbilly Philly. Definitely some of that Dr. Pepper sauce, and I don't know what else. Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, well, thank you.
I'm going to share tons of photos, a little bit of video as well, so you'll recognize the truck when it's in your neighborhood. Be ready for this kid. He's on to something. YTEX Barbecue, YTEX BBQ. It is the latest in, food truck. Food's always better out of a truck. Way to go, Garrett.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on. Where are you?
Thanks for having me here.
Are you anywhere today? Where are you today, or where are you this weekend?
So right now I'm smoking briskets at home, getting prepped for the week, and tomorrow we're going to be down in Worland. Thursday they're having a pretty cool street block concert down in Worland as well. I think it's the Firewater Band. We will be down there. That starts at 5 o'clock. And then Friday we'll be back at our regular old spot in Powell, Wyoming at O'Reilly's.
Nice. Thanks for being on, Garrett. Have a blessed Tuesday, brother.
And thank you, you too.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show. Wow. What a story from Garrett Linebaugh, and read more about it. Find him on the Facebooks. That's where I'm looking him up. At WYTEX, WYTEX BBQ. WYTEX BBQ. And the story is, at 10 years old, Garrett didn't like cooking. But he took to it. He saw a business opportunity, somehow convinced a banker to give him a loan as a 15-year-old with a dream of making a better food truck and creating craft barbecue. That's now turned into a second better food truck trailer. And the newly turned 18-year-old out of Powell, Wyoming is knocking it out of the park. You can find him in Powell, Lovell, Cody, Worland, all those areas. And, you had me at food truck. That's all I needed to know. What a fantastic story. And what a fun morning it's been. We've done just about everything except this one last story I wanted to get to before we bounce off the air. Let me try to find it. The inside, this is a weird way to end, rough segue. Good Housekeeping story reporting that the air inside potato chip bags, the frustrating air that you think is put there intentionally by, Lay's or whatever, potato chip, it's actually not air. The air inside a potato chip bag, and the reason why they all say packed by weight, not by volume, or is it packed by volume, not by weight? It's not air. It's actually, and this doesn't make it any better for me, it's nitrogen. It's a healthy supply of nitrogen. Nitrogen helps preserve the quality of your chips, ensuring the flavor, texture, aroma, and that great crunch happens. Bags, your bag of Lay's, it feels all puffy, and you think it's done on purpose to make it look like the bag of chips has a lot of chips. It's not a marketing gimmick. It's actually filled with nitrogen. And that's to keep the chips from growing stale, to keep moisture from getting in there. It's all for the longevity of the chip. Now you know, and you're probably not going to see any of that at Garrett's trailer. He makes all his food from scratch. A fun Tuesday show. We had Dan Klusmann on, the author. Mike MacLeod, the videographer who took the video of the bison shooting poor Carl up in the air. Cici Oliver giving us some fishing scoops. Bradlee Skinner was on. He is the Savannah Banana DJ. How do you get a gig like that? He told us, in case you wanted to know, Kristen Stauffer, she's trying to protect her family's generational stewardship of dinosaur country, even despite the latest case of vandalism. And Garrett Linebaugh just joined us, making a better food truck as a teenager. We're out of time. We'll see you tomorrow. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.